Hail, 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 motherfucking hail. This is El Gargoyle. The El Gargoyle stream. Yeah. This is shooting the shit. Look, we got problems. You got problems. We got I mean, it is still kind of funny. We got problems, we got pain, we got issues, we're insane. Getting darker every day. You're such a girl. I can stretch the box out. I'm out. Peace. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see anybody ever again. Enjoy the rest of your life. You didn't even do the same fucking thing. Hmm. Okay. I hate this. I know. Hey, what's up, Kung Fu? How you doing? Uh, hang on. Yeah, fuck. See if this works. Hang on. Yeah, I've been here and there. Oh, here we go. Dumbass. Well, there's the link if you want it. Turn this microphone on. Oh, shit. Blah, blah. Okay. Audio's fine. Oops. Sorry, Snowflake. Yeah, this thing will ring. I hope. Oh, geez. Oh, yeah, it's snowing where you're at. So, yeah, that would happen right now. There's no us. Yeah, I'm working on StreamYards off my phone, so. My computer broke. So. No more CSP. Can't have anything nice. That is some weak coffee, or I just drink so much coffee.
What's up?
How are you, buddy?
Same old, same old. How about you?
Oh, you know me, man. Always enjoying the spice of life.
That's good.
Just had a pipe break in the upstairs, so I set a mop up. This is a downstairs apartment, so the kitchen floor was like had a ton of water. I just like shovel it out. But
Whoosh. Yeah, I
yeah,
used to live in a old 19th century Victorian home that they converted into apartments.
yeah,
And one day, my neighbors upstairs they left the sink overflowing,
right.
and it flooded my my fucking kitchen.
Yeah, it happens a lot. Um, excuse me for blowing my nose on camera, but it's just us in here right now.
It's
Um,
okay. I'm not complaining. We're
yeah,
men.
So yeah, man, it's good to hear you, man. I sent you a comment in your section, man, because you said like you had sent me an email, and like, dude, I get so much junk emails because my information got inevitably sold to some assholes, and like I just get fucking hundreds of junk emails like every minute, to where it's like not even worth weeding out the ones that are I want to see. But I tell people to come and text me, but I cleared it out, man. If you wanna, give me your, email me, your number, bro. Or just, just email me, email you mine, whatever you want to do, bro. That way, we can keep in touch if the censor fucking ass, if Big Brother shuts us down, right?
Yeah, yeah. Which they're more than likely going to do. I got suspended from Twitter.
I remember that, man. And like last time I talked to you, that happened. Like even still, they won't let you back in.
Nope. I tried starting a new profile. I'm like, fuck you. No, you're a bad boy.
That's
I'm
fucking
like,
crazy, dude. I have a
I'm
backup
like,
account.
for telling a guy that I hope a guy who killed a girl dies the same way he killed the girl.
I remember that. Dude, that's hilarious. That what he reported you for? Someone reported you for that.
Hmm.
Obviously, a fucking a psychopath pedophile was offended by that, which is funny because they can only do shit like that. They can only harm little girls, and they gotta fuck with you. It sounds typical.
No, it's just because the way I look like a racist. So they're like, oh, that's a racist statement. How is that a racist statement? That was a black girl he killed.
Dude, you don't look like a fucking racist. Are you kidding me? You don't look like you're racist at all. What are you talking about?
White looking guy with a bald head. Always labels
Dude,
me as a racist. Trust me, I live in Las Vegas and I was a roadie.
yeah,
Even
well,
if
dude, I mean, yeah, I used to. There were skinheads around my area here in the '90s, dude. They always wore the Doc Martens and the black jackets, the orange inside. That was a uniform. That's how you know that the person's skin. I got a lot of friends who are bald white guys, man. That's like a common thing, man. That's fucking bullshit.
yeah, it's a
You know?
common thing nowadays. It's a fashion statement. It's basically what it is. It's you have a
Yeah,
hairline. It's embarrassing. So
yeah,
instead of being like one of those stupid guys that have these fucking pay this money for having these stupid looking comb over haircuts, it's like
right.
fucking. I'm just gonna shave it off. Why am I gonna pay the money? I can't afford hair plugs, and most hair plugs don't look right now. And
Right.
gluing a wig in my head is fucking absolutely ridiculous. You see those people with the wigs glued on their heads? They literally have carpets fucking glued on top of their heads.
My science teacher had the worst toupee I've ever seen. That's all we would joke about. Actually, he was a nice guy, but yeah, I mean, unless you get implants, you know what I mean. All the nothing else looks real. Like, I've seen the spray on hair. I'm 46 and I got a pretty good crop, but I actually just started using Rogaine because like I don't know if I just started working out
Don't
this.
use Rogaine. Don't
What?
use Rogaine
Why not?
because they make a chemical where you have to have Rogaine all the time or you lose your hair.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like I'm not bald yet, but I obviously I'm 46, so I'm getting a little bit thin on the top. So they say like it'll help you keep the hair you have, and I have noticed like it has worked. Like it's made it a little bit thicker. In the summertime, my hair gets like bleached more blonde from the sun. It gets darker in
Yeah,
the winter, you can see. And when it's like fucking like bleached blonde from the sun, it looks a lot thinner. Even like
yeah.
my ex like made a comment. Like I was reaching over to pet the dog, and she looked at the top of my head. And she's like, "Oh, Sean, you're going bald." I'm like, "Thanks, thank you so much." And I now I remember why we're not together anymore. If I make a comment about her, oh, how could you? And that's the thing I laugh about. I mean, dude, I have a brother that got horseshoe pattern baldness when he was like 21. Started going like that. And then my other brother that looks a lot like me has a really full head of hair. And he's what 57. So I knew there was a chance that I could go either way, but I got lucky so far. And I don't care, man. I'm fucking 47. If I start going bad enough, if the Rogaine doesn't work, I'll shave it off. And I'll do
Yeah.
bald some shit. But dude, with my baby face, man, if I shave my head, I look like I'm fucking 5 years old. You know, like it's funny. It's like I always had like a very young face, and I'm fucking gonna be 47 and like on March 12th. And seriously, dude, I if I went to a bar, I'll still get carded. If I shave this up easily, because I
That's a
got
good thing.
yeah, I'm not complaining about it, but what's fucked up is like people don't talk to me like I'm a 47-year-old man if they don't know me, and they'll be like I'm some kid, and it's like, hey, like I'll have some fucking like some guy who's 6 years younger than me thinking I'm 27 or something, or you know what I mean, and he's like thinking like I'm some dumb idiot, and he's like talking down me. I'm like, I got a daughter who just started college. You can go fuck right off with that shit. But it's all good. Yeah, man. I'm not in a hurry to look old. And
Well,
as
what was
Indiana
it?
Jones, as Indiana Jones said, it's the miles, baby, and not the years, right?
Right. What was
So
it? I watched Harlem Nights recently. You ever seen that movie?
with Eddie Murphy.
Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor.
Oh, great
And
movie. Yeah.
and one thing I didn't realize, what was it? Richard Pryor is kind of sort of Eddie Murphy's father. I'm like, they're the same age. How old could fucking much older could Richard Pryor be? Oh, Richard Pryor is 20 years older than Eddie fucking Murphy.
Yeah,
I was
definitely.
like,
Yeah.
holy
Richard
shit.
Pryor was pretty young for his age.
Yeah.
I used to party hard, man, and like, I'm not ashamed of it, man. Like, like I did have an opiate addiction that I beat, and the opiates like fucking preserve you, they kill you too. But I'm just saying, like, uh, a lot of guys I know that got hooked on shit, man, with fucking opiates, man. They fucking look young. People I know, I never did meth or anything like that, and people I know that fuck with that shit, they look like they're 80 when they're 25. You seen that shit?
Oh yeah. I've worked in the strip club. I've seen girls that were younger than me that look like they're fucking 2 centuries older than me.
It's terrible, isn't it? That's the thing. It's just like, yeah, dude, drugs, they're fucking, they're an expensive fun, and they, that's the thing. I hate, all the propaganda bomb, but yeah, it's just like anything else, man. If you drink too much water, you can die. You know what I mean? If you drink too much beer, you can die. It's about moderation. It's about if you have an addictive personality or not. But I was able to walk away from everything. But dude, if you get hooked on opiates, and it's because, I was back when it happened to me, like, it was when Vicodin was being handled like candy, and they didn't have any kind of treatments. It was like you pay like 80 grand for rehab, or you go to jail, or you go to methadone clinic. So, like, it was fucked up, man. Like, my doctors get to me because I fucked up my back, and they didn't tell me, hey, this is synthetic heroin, and if you take it for longer than a couple of weeks, you're going to be fucking hooked on it, just like heroin. And
Yeah.
then what happened to a lot of people in my generation, right? Like it popped in right when we were like in our late 20s. So yeah, I'm lucky to survive. I have friends that died from overdose. Really, really tragic shit. Very close brothers, man. And it's, the
Yeah,
drug
a
war
couple of
really
people in
affected
my
me.
family have opiate addictions.
Dude,
I can't be around them anymore.
yeah, it's so prevalent, man. And I was really good about it. You know what I mean? Like, as far as like, I never like stole or broke into people's houses. I mean, it's cheap. You know what I mean? Like, and I did go to like, I'm not ashamed, man. It's like I went to methadone clinic, and to get myself, just so I wasn't breaking the law and I wasn't high all the time. Like methadone, it does, like, you're like, this is fucking great, man. Like, you're fucking high as a kite for like the first couple of weeks, and then you just acclimate to it. It's got a blocker in there, so if you take any other kind of opiates, it doesn't fucking you can't get high. So you're just normal, right? But it's still, you feel like shit because you have to go to this clinic like a prisoner every day. You know what I mean? They don't just prescribe it to you. And, an employer sees that in your drug test and fucking, forget about it. They'll fire you. They won't tell you that's why. But, they think, oh, methadone, you must be heroin addict. When a lot of people go to methadone clinics now because of pills, because of
Yeah.
like
Not
the thing is,
anymore these days because of equal opportunity.
Yeah, well, the thing is the doctors, they prescribe my candy, you know what I mean? And I dated a nurse who was like getting free samples. Like I had hundreds of them, you know, like she just got boxes of them. And then the doctors, and then that stopped coming through. And then the doctors cut you off, and then people go to the streets where they can get like a dime bag of heroin and snort for $10 and take all that pain away from being through withdrawal, and that's how they get hooked. It's all fucking a scam. And then so you got the prison industry, they make the money off of that. Then the methadone clinics, they don't take insurance, so I was shelling out $360 a month just to not break the law, right? And then I had to pee in the cup with the guy watching me. You know what I mean? And like, if you have anything in your system, even pot other than the methadone, they'll take away your privilege of pickup. Meaning, like, I at first I go to every day, and then like they let me take home my medicine like every week, and then like the maximum that would go is once a month. But if you so much as had THC in your out here, if you so much as smoked a joint, if you had anything in your system, if you took a cold tablet, it would show up as like methamphetamine or something. They would fucking like we're gonna take away your privilege. You've been doing drugs, you know, and it's like, oh, is that supposed to cure me? That this is I'm paying you all this money, and I didn't hurt anybody, I didn't overdose, but because you saw something I peed and like you're gonna punish me, and what is that gonna do? You know what it did? I saw a lot of guys that just went back to the streets because dealers don't give a shit what's in your urine. You know what I mean? So the
Yep.
methadone clinics are a fucking scam. That's what sucks. And now they have like Suboxone and shit. It's much better. Suboxone, people can talk shit about it, but it's way, way less. Like methadone, like, and heroin, like it grabs your opioid receptors like this, right? Like this, your opioid receptors. I've studied this shit for like I know this shit inside and out because I live this hell. Like if this is your opioid receptor, let's say this is my hand is methadone and heroin. This is that shit on your opioid receptor. Suboxone is like
Fuck. Sorry, broke my pencil.
Oh, that's
Fuck.
okay. That sucks.
It's always a pain. It's like breaking a nail. It's like, fuck you. I'm working this hard to sharpen you bitch.
Yeah, absolutely. So
sorry, go on.
Oh, that's all. So just like, yeah, so this is like all the other opiates. This is your opioid receptor, right? My fist. And this is like all the other opiates cover it like this. Suboxone gives it a pinch. So you're not fucking like withdrawn. You got a tiny bit on you to keep you level, but it's much easier to quit. So that's how I got off of that. You know what I mean? I just fucking finally, I got insurance and I got off the methadone and I went through fucking hell. Even again, the Suboxone, like you got to go cold turkey for a week off of whatever you're off of methadone. And I had to sit, I just fucking sat. I didn't go to any fucking fancy place. I sat, I basically in a fucking locked myself in a fucking room and I got Ensure Ones, like a case of them, because that's all you can't eat. You know what I mean? You throw it up. So I would just drink Ensure Ones to get nutrients, and I watched fucking movies and just ate the fucking pain. And, I did it all by myself. It was like it's like I think like when women give birth, it's like it's horrible in the moment. Maybe they kind of forget about it because when you go through painful shit. But it was worth it, man, because it was way more painful to be stuck on a merry-go-round of being ashamed to have to go to a clinic and being treated like a prisoner, and then having employers, every give you drug test, and then they see, even though it's a prescribed medication, they look at you like you're a dirty like heroin addict, even if you're not. So yeah, with Suboxone, that doesn't even show up in drug tests, as 7-panel because it's so weak, and it's what I mean, and it doesn't have the stigma, and it's easier to get off of. So kratom too, like kratom is the best natural one, and Suboxone is the best prescription one. So if you got family members, to tell them you got a buddy that's been through it, and like seriously, if they want to fucking, get their life back, you know what I mean? Like, it can be done. You know what I mean? Like, I used to hear shit where people say like, "Oh, I just prayed to God." That's fucking dude. I prayed to God hardcore, like, please help me from this. That didn't do it, man. I had to fucking just, get better fucking help from a better doctor, and I had to just fucking do it by myself, because I didn't have 40 grand to go to those rehab places, where they're like a Ritz Carlton, and then most of those places don't work out. A lot of times people don't get to it, but I had a kid, and that's what fucking my daughter was my motivation. I didn't want to be dead. So, anyways, I only talk about I never talked. I always kept it was like a dirty secret, but now that I got myself help, and I did go to some meetings and stuff, but I'm fine now. Like I still smoke herb, you know what I mean? But like I haven't fucking touched opiates in fucking years, and I never will again. I never will again. If I have to have an operation, I'm like, give me Novocaine or put me out, but I won't fucking take Vicodin or none of that shit. I'll take some cannabis, maybe some Valiums, but that's it, man. So, anyways, man. So, how's the Templar? How's everything going with you? How's the artwork going? I see you're drawing something there, but that doesn't look like. What is that there?
It's Cecil with John Malin with selling twerking Anna Yoda dolls.
That's awesome, dude. I should have known these people. That's awesome, dude.
It's a redrawing. I did this a long time ago.
Yeah, that's great, man.
I'm just trying to. I always try. Well, nowadays it's kind of a good discipline. Every time my fucking computer breaks, is you have to go on with the road, so you wind up having to redraw everything all over again.
Right.
Anyways, so
that's great, dude. I bet you they get a big kick out of that.
Draft some thumbnails. I'll show you. My character Mia. I don't know if I've ever showed you Mia before.
It's been a while, but like I like you. Like from right, I can tell I like the curves, buddy. Nice curves.
This is Mia's undercover outfit. This is like her big scene in the second. Well, this was originally the beginning part of the Templar, but since I was going to have an origin story, and everybody hates it when you make a new beginning from where it began. So I'm just like, I'll hold that to the side, but I'll make the origin story first, and then have that. But this was her big scene in the original beginning of the Templar. So she's undercover.
Yeah,
it's this car show.
I was gonna say I like her, man. I mean, obviously that's just a rough draft, but I would love to see the filled out complete version, because I like it. I mean, it's cool. It's like with Heather Swain, man. She's so hot,
Yeah, I love Heather. I've loved Heather Swain ever since I was 12 years old. I was like,
dude, you know what? You gotta promise me, shoot me an email tonight, because I sent EBS his inbox. He didn't respond. I don't know. He responds sometimes. Like, I wish him a Merry Christmas, and he does back. I know the guy's got a million people always, trying to say hi. But I mean, I'm just humble because he cracks me up and he reads my jokes, and I make him laugh every once in a while. That's fine by me. That brings me joy, just making him laugh, because it makes me laugh. But I've been seeing this girl online. Boy, buddy,
is this the same girl or is this a different girl? You told me about a girl you were seeing a while. Okay.
I've been going through a lot of online bullshit, and I finally there was one girl I just went on a couple of dates with, and I cooked her. I bought her dinner. We hung out over here. We had a good time, and then she pulled some shit, man. My cat, my roommate, our cat. It's his cat, but I mean, we've been friends since childhood. Puss. I don't remember if you remember that cat, but I love this cat, and this cat insisted. He just attached himself to me. He's sleeping on my chest every night, and he just he got me through some hard times. He just died about last week, and it was very. I mean. Yeah, I was sobbing, dude. It crushed me. I mean, this cat just was so sweet, man. And he was old, and he was a rescue cat as a kitten. Like, my roommate found him. Somebody abandoned him in the gas station under a car in the rainstorm, and my buddy Keith, he just picked this little kitten up and he put him in his pocket and took him home, and they were best buddies ever since. But since I started renting out a room here, because we're both single parents, we're both brothers from childhood. This cat, just like the last year I've been here, he just all of a sudden just demanded to be with me all the time. Like, he's just wouldn't leave my side. He just, always demanding me to, he's purring, crawling up on me, and just, how cats are. It's like they insist on love. I love it. It's like they go from not giving a shit about you to all of a sudden it's time for my rubbing, And I'm more of a dog guy, but I love animals. It's really easy to love animals. I mean, people say that I mean, come on, man. I do love animals. Do I fucking love snakes and lizards? No. Frogs are pretty cool, but I wouldn't want a snake as a pet. But
frogs are mean.
Yeah, right.
You ever seen those bullfrog videos? Holy shit!
But the little ones that EBS has in his palm, that's hilarious. Yeah. Those things are cute.
Those are cute, but bullfrogs are fucking mean. I've seen a couple videos of those. Those guys are fucking psychopaths.
Yeah, dude, isn't that where they can make a poison out of the back? Like they put a dart in their back, and that's how they get the poison darts in the jungle.
No, those are those tree frogs.
That's
The
right. That's right. Tree frog.
the bullfrogs are carnivorous. They're if they get big enough, they can eat a small dog. Like
Yeah,
there's videos of people live feeding their live mice to these bullfrogs and these they're called Pac-Man frogs.
yeah,
And holy shit, it's pretty much like a fish, all in one gulp. And they
yeah.
got teeth. And then there's this one video. This guy has this huge pet bullfrog, and he's like, "Yeah, my bullfrog's angry. It's hanging out in the puddle." And then he does the close up, and the bullfrog literally fucking tackles his phone,
Really?
just jumps and fucking with his mouth wide open, and they got fucking teeth on their lower fucking jaw. Never knew that. Yeah, bullfrogs are mean. I never knew they were so mean.
Yeah, that's dude. Yeah, I've seen a lot of nature documentaries, and they're not. You know, I knew they were fucking mean. Hence the name bullfrog. You know, don't fuck with the bull. But I got mixed up with the poison tree frogs. But out here, dude, like when I growing up out here, man, I'd always see toads. You know, I don't see frogs out here for some reason.
Yeah,
When I go fishing in the lakes out here and stuff, I usually see toads all the time and garter snakes. Garter, you know, they call them gardens. We call them garter snakes. I've seen some water moccasins when I was in Michigan, and one out here at a quarry. But like water moccasins scare the fuck out of me. Those things will kill you, man. And there's some big water moccasins out here, dude. If you go to the right places, like fucking anaconda-sized ones, bro. Like, whew, and they're poisonous and they swim in the water. Uh, one time, me and my buddy were fishing on a dock in Michigan. We were kids, and this water moccasin came at us, slithering on the dock from the entry. So we're at the end of the dock fishing. We see this water moccasin sliding at us, right? I don't know why. It charged us. And we're like, we're either gonna have to jump in the water or fucking like let this thing. It was like coming. You know, it was. I'll never forget it. You know, we're just fishing, and then, you know, we just hear the, and then we look. And it wasn't that it was that big, but it's clearly a water moccasin. And right before it got to us, it just slid left into the water. But we thought it was charging us, man. It was definitely checking us out. It was hungry, you know, for something. So and ever since then, I've kind of had a fear of water moccasins because they're poisonous, man. You know.
damn.
Garter
Anyways,
snake.
let me go on with these pages, and we'll get back to the stories real quick. I want to show
Yeah,
off these pages for stream's sake.
of course.
So
Yeah, I apologize. I don't mean to ramble.
no worries, no worries. Got to do it for broadcasting, man. It's a show. Anyways,
It is. You know, it's like I'm so cool with you.
no
I
worries,
just
no worries,
I'm talking on the phone. You know.
no worries. These are some homies hanging out at a car. They're smoking some crack, mumbling some stuff, and we get a close up
Wow.
of Mia's ass. And one of the guy drops his crack pipes. I don't like that layout too much, but I'll fix it. It's
Yeah.
rough.
Looks
Anyways,
like
the three guys are looking and salivating. One of them has a teepee growing. And
wow,
we
dude.
finally see the front of Mia.
Dude, those fucking jugs, man. They make Dolly Parton look like she's got fried eggs for tits. I mean, holy cow, those are some tits, man.
Hell yeah.
Fucking boobs, bro.
And then a
Um,
zoom out, like they're getting watched. And then we see some mysterious figure assembling what looks like a 50 caliber.
very nice. Very
And
cool.
then I got the other drawing somewhere else because I drew it in a different sketchbook. But this is a big scene where Templar is aiming down the sights,
Yeah,
and he's aiming down, and he sees Mia and the other guy doing the Robert Crumb keep on trucking stance, going, "Damn, you're a fine piece of ass. I can make a fine mint out of you."
right.
Now we get the big shot, and we realize he's on top of a huge skyscraper in the city,
Uh-huh.
and it's basically with real life suppressors in the vicinity where the 50 caliber is shot. You would just hear a loud snap. Like it would
Right.
still be very loud, but it would sound like a snap.
Right. They're not silencers for real. Right.
Yeah,
Suppress.
yeah.
Okay. I love the
And
mask in Templar, bro. You know what it kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of what was it? The bad guy from the Road Warrior 2.
World War II. Oh,
What do they
God, I
call
haven't
it?
seen
I want to say
hockey
mask.
masks.
Yeah, that guy. Well, humongous. The humongous. Kind of reminds me of that. I mean, I know it's a hockey mask. I'm saying like he looks fucking badass. You know what I mean? He looks intimidating with that mask on, just like humongous did. You know?
Yeah, he's it's more of a ballistic mask, you know, those standard ballistic masks.
Yeah, I mean it's cool. Yeah, it's badass. I like it. It's definitely a very intimidating look. It looks like something perfect. It's a very good fit for like who he is. You know, from what you told me about what his backstory is. You know, he's for an anti-hero. That's a fucking great mask. I like it.
Basically he's what if the Punisher was Rorschach?
Right, and the fact that he, you know, because the religious themes you got, it's a cross. You know, which is cool.
Mm, yeah, it's deep within the story. It's deep within the story.
Exactly. Yeah, I like that. I like how you have a lot of back, you know, that kind of stuff weaving in. Very cool.
Originally the idea was the Templar was a double personality. It was a second personality when this guy went to sleep, kind of like Jack and Tyler Durden.
Uh-huh.
So you never knew who the Templar really was. You just knew about the alter ego, and the
Right.
alter ego was thought may have it was mysteriously thought of he was a reincarnated Templar.
Right. Okay.
Could be something else, but
Sure.
it was always him coming back because he believed God brought him back for a reason. He just didn't know what, and then he thought it was because you know, God thought he was doing the right thing.
Right. Kind of like a twisted version of Born Again, right?
Yeah. And then it came out, you know, that was too crazy. The other idea I had for the Templar was the Templar is kind of a product of his mother was killed really young when he was a child by a serial killer,
Yeah.
and and because this happened in a town I'm from,
Right.
and happened to three other boys lost their mother by the same serial killer.
Jeez.
So uh
You're
so
saying that
so the
happened in the town you're from in real life?
yeah,
That's terrible.
girl,
We had one serial killer in Midlothian when I went to school, and my teacher, Miss Medema, it was her niece that got murdered. It was horrible. Jacqueline Dwalby was her name. They never caught the guy. They tried to like blame the parents, but there was a guy a couple doors down that had a record. It was him. He fucking
yeah.
skated, of course, you know.
Well,
So
this guy had a record too of sexual assault,
yeah,
and basically and basically he kidnapped this one girl who was a single mother. She worked at a gas station. And this is what's fucked up is the asshole never put up cameras. So
uh,
this guy was obsessed with this girl, and the more fucked up thing is everybody saw the van that took her
yeah,
because somebody did a courtesy visit, and
right.
literally right there when they dis when they disappeared, this guy literally took her and killed her in 24 hours.
Uh,
Basically, they made an investigation on this guy, found nothing,
Jeez,
and
it's
then a
all,
year later, he does a drive-by killing this mother of three who was jogging.
you know,
Shot her
brother.
in the head. Shot her in the head 6 times with a 22.
You
That's
hear
a
from
horrible death.
Yes, and you know that's the thing. Like for your suspension, bro, and it's like you hear stories like that, and then when people try and tell me like the death penalty is wrong, it's like shut the fuck up. You know what's wrong? Is fucking murdering innocent women and children. That's what's fucking wrong. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
the other thing I hate people telling me is it happens every day, man. Happens every day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it happens every day, but then you fucking cry like a bitch when it happens to you, you dumb fuck. You don't realize it.
exactly, man. It's like I don't fucking care, man. It's like it's not a fucking way to fucking fix society. You know what I mean? It's like there's some things you can't fix, but like if you just like send out the message that hey, uh, if you're gonna do shit like this, at worst you'll be sitting in prison, you know, with candy bars and cable TV. You know, maybe you'll get a cigarette rack. You know, there's some guys that live pretty good in prison for the crimes they do. Most of them are in there for bullshit. I agree, but these
Yeah,
kind of guys, most people agree that serial killers and rapists deserve being there. You know, fucking suffering. You know, or a
yeah.
mental institution maybe. But
Most of them deserve the death penalty for the fucked up shit they did. I mean, there's horrible child. This year alone, there's horrible child abuse cases. There was a mass shooting that nobody fucking put on the news. There was a woman in fucking Milwaukee who was brutally last October, and they just finally reported, and they only arrested 2 people out of the 10 who fucking beat the shit out of her and raped her.
Yeah, it's getting worse, brother. I tell you what, if anything like that happened to somebody that I knew personally, I wouldn't call the cops because I know what would happen. I just fucking deal with it myself, and they'd be in a cornfield. They'd be under a fucking fence post somewhere, where they'd never be found again. Because I know they'd fucking skate, or they just fucking sit in prison and fucking, they stopped the death penalty in Illinois because our governor got caught being a crook. Big surprise. So he put a moratorium on the death penalty, and ever since, they haven't put anybody to death.
Well, there
So,
was that one girl that really fucking turned my stomach up that happened in your area. Vanessa Cejas Ramirez. They still haven't found her killer.
oh yeah, dude, that was
Beautiful 22-year-old girl. Beautiful.
yeah.
She was raped, tortured, strangled to death, and
Right.
they found her body burnt.
Yeah, dude, I know. I try to put that one on my memory, but obviously we talk about it now. I mean, I can almost tear up thinking about that. That was so tragic. There was one serial killer from, I grew up, of course, named Todd Runge. I never knew him, but like lots of kids and girls I used to hang out with, like they used to go over and like, yeah, he was fucked up. And the girl I know like said like, even, when she was younger, like he was starting to, I don't know, man. Maybe he did something to her. She didn't want to tell me a story, but I was like, when I heard about this, he was already arrested by the cops. They finally got him, but they had been watching him for years, and they actually knew that he was doing it, but they didn't have enough evidence. So a bunch of people died needlessly because, they had to catch him in the act type of shit or something. But he was like, looked like a preppy guy. He didn't look like, what I mean? Like a deranged serial killer. So he got, he lured, he was like a Ted Bundy type where he was able to lure these women in, you know,
That's
um,
what some of them. Yeah, some of them come in different shapes and sizes. There's women who viciously abused and tortured children,
yeah.
and other girls, and they're beautiful. I mean, look at Allison Mack, who co-led that cult Nexium.
Yeah. Oh,
Everybody said she was the most psychotic out of all of them, and she looked like,
yeah, she
and
deserves
that,
she deserves a
yeah.
fucking gas chamber. Fuck her, man.
It,
I feel no pity for her at all.
there was
And
this Brazilian woman that was absolutely gorgeous looking, who was a social media socialite, trafficking children.
yeah, I mean, dude, there's people who just, they give their lives over to the devil, or, if you are an atheist and you don't think that there's a devil, they do, and they fucking like pray to it. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter what you believe, it's what they believe. You know what I mean? I believe in God and the devil. I believe in good and evil, whatever you want to call it. I don't care about the specifics. I've seen it, man. I've seen people's eyes, the darkness in their eyes. They see the eyes of the one. And I've seen crazy people that have done like just killed people because they went nuts, and they don't have those same kind of eyes. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
serial killers, their eyes look fucking possessed. They're black pupiled and like wide and just fucking evil looking, man. And it's like that ain't fucking, that's evil, man. I don't fucking you don't see that shit in nature. Animals in nature, they kill each other for survival, but they don't do it for pleasure. So you know what I mean? If we're not better than animals, that kind of proves that
I
there's
don't know. I've seen some brutal nature videos.
right, but it's not for pleasure. It's for survival. And serial killers do it for power. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Animals
most
don't.
serial killers do it for power. John Wayne Gacy was a fucked up motherfucker.
Yeah, and they get off. It's pleasure to them. They're
Yeah,
raping. So I'm saying animals. That's not why they do it. It's brutal. The jungle's brutal, but it's not personal. It's not. Yeah, I mean, it's just the law of the jungle. But yeah, it's like the animals are innocent. They're just doing what animals do. But serial killers are not just. I don't know. They're not doing what humans do because most humans don't do that.
yeah.
And
I mean, we don't know the psychology between a zebra drowning the new woman's kids. We just
right,
know in our society, when we want to marry a new woman, she has kids. We're raising her kids now.
right, yeah, and with the zebra,
We don't get to drown them, and it's considered nature.
right. Well, I mean, now you get to just kill little babies. After they're born. They want to go later and later. It used to be like 3 months. Was the max, and now it's 9 months, and now it's after the baby's born. And when are we going to stop? It never does. Once life is not precious anymore is when society takes a turn for the worse.
Well, now it's okay to bring 8-year-olds into sexual culture.
Right. I mean, yeah, it's a fallen world, brother. But like when you talked about that zebra or whatever trying the woman's baby, it was probably like a defense thing. You know what I mean? It's just like you might have had babies nearby, whatever. It wasn't doing it
No,
because
it's just like lions, when they enter a new pride. I don't know what zebras call it, but it's the same thing.
right.
It's fucked up. Is
Yeah,
uh
it's territorial. Yeah, nature is
is
cruel.
uh is
Right.
they don't play the role of stepdaddies. They get into it, they build a new family, and the women's have kids. They're killing all the kids. They're like, "Fuck you! I'm not raising anybody else's kids." We
Yeah.
got a
Yeah.
we got a different moral factor that that is built together than animals. That's all
Yeah,
I'm
man.
saying.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. So, anyways, back to the Templar. That's good. I wish there was a real life Templar out there doing that shit. Maybe there is, and we just don't know about it.
There are acts of the Templar, but there's not really a real Templar. There's groups that are actually based off real people. The Detroit 300, which is a big group in my Templar book, that's a real group in Detroit.
Yeah, well, like they also call them star chambers, where like these rich people would get together. There's a movie called The Star Chamber with Michael Douglas, and these people would find criminals that did the deed, they did the evil act, and they skated because of bullshit. And they would secretly get together, called the Star Chamber, and because they had money, like they just pay to have this guy whacked out, and make it look like an accident. I'm not gonna lose any sleep over that. You
Well,
know,
the Detroit 300 weren't rich people. They were just a bunch of people in the neighborhood, in the community. Actually, the leader actually served a prison sentence for murder, but he changed his whole life. He served his time.
if they were
But
killing,
they actually,
it sounds
yeah,
like
they
you talk about like they're vigilantes, basically.
no, they weren't vigilantes because they worked with the police. They were actually approved by the police because nobody would talk to the police, so they would go out and do patrols and catch people who rape girls from schools,
And they fucking
or
take them out.
they wouldn't kill them. They would get them arrested. They would turn them in, but they were allowed to carry guns
Sounds
till
sounds
a
like
bunch of
sounds like a bunch of
huh
heroes to me.
yeah.
Sounds like my kind of guys.
But here's the irony: a bunch of fucking gangsters' mothers fucking sued him, and
Yeah,
that's why they disbanded. And then they're the only guy that's there right now doing patrols, but he's certified to carry a gun, so I'm glad for him about that. Um,
yeah,
he does patrols live streams as Walter G. And then there's that guy in Chicago. He's not like Walter G, but he goes around there passing flyers and knocking on doors. He's
yeah,
doing he's doing something, but the sad part is, it shouldn't just be him doing it.
right.
He's this old guy, but he goes around door to door, knocking on door to door, but he's on all the news stories. He was on the Vanessa one. It's that guy with
Right.
the curly ass hair, curly ass afro. I don't know if you call it a mini afro.
Give me 1 second, brother. Hey, stop showing. Damn it. Calm down there quick. Gosh, in a second. I almost thought it was him. No, but it will. I told him to sleep. I think I shower right now. Yeah. I told him to use the shower. I don't like it. No, sorry. Just informing you. about that. That was about the burst pipe.
Oh,
So, anyways, yeah, those guys you're telling me about, yeah, that's a shame that they got sued. That's bullshit, man.
that's society, man. They
Yeah,
wanted and that's the irony. They wanted that, and they were like, "We don't want the police. We would rather have our community do patrols and stuff like that." Oh, they're knocking on doors. They're getting our business. They're not the police. How dare they do that?
no,
Because
I'm
they were tired of babies getting killed.
no, I think hey, let them defund the police. Let them all take care of their own neighborhoods and guard them themselves. Then they got nobody to blame, And I hope they clean shit up. If it's really the cops that are at fault, let them fucking get the cops out of there. Fine, cops will go somewhere where they're wanted, and then people who don't want them there, they can take care of their own shit. I got no problem with that. I actually am more.
Unfortunately, it's already shitting on themselves. You heard about the news in Oakland today?
No, dude, I really can't even. I don't watch the news anymore. It's too depressing. On Twitter, I see like some stuff, but like it makes me sick. There's just too much. I'm trying to.
Unfortunately, our only weapon today and our only survival is being ahead of the information. So personally, I'll just tell you real quick: is in Oakland, Chinatown, the Asian population is having a strong consistency of robberies and assaults from a certain population.
Which Chinatown?
So
Chinatown
in Oakland,
California. I thought there was. I only know about San Francisco Chinatown. I didn't know they had one in Oakland. They got one in Chicago. I know, and I've been there.
they got a Chinatown everywhere. Maybe
Yeah,
it's San Francisco, but this is from the Oakland News, so I'm not entirely sure. So, long story short, the Chinatown population, most of the Asian population, so I'm not even sure if all of them are Chinese, are like, we want more police. And basically, the lady who was with Black Lives Matter and defund the police and blah 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 is asking for more police because people are getting robbed. And then she's getting called out for it. And then, of course, the residents of Chinatown are like, well, if we can't have police, can we have guns?
Yeah, you can. It's called the Constitution. It's called the Second Amendment. You can have guns. So yeah.
But this is in Oakland, California, or the California area where they don't want people to have guns.
Well, in Chicago,
access.
it's illegal to own a gun in Chicago. Even though I see unconstitutional laws aren't laws; they're unconstitutional before they don't apply. But everybody in Chicago's got a fucking gun, man. So laws don't mean shit. They can't enforce a whole city, and it's not just the gangbangers. If you live in Chicago, man, and you got to work in rough neighborhoods, if you can't get a permit to carry, you'll fucking just get one on the street. And hey, better to risk a jury of 12 than a guy with a gun and you don't is trying to kill your ass.
Yeah, it's your life. That's
Absolutely.
the thing in Baltimore. They made it illegal to defend yourself in any circumstance.
That's why I can't watch the news. It's futile. It's like these people in charge, they hate humanity. They don't care about life. They don't care about people. They pretend they do, and they turn everybody against each other by pretending they care. They blame it. Right now it's like privileged white males or the cops or whatever, and it's like
that's the thing. That's your only weapon is the information. So when somebody's telling you about white privilege, blah blah blah, because a new mass shooting that they heard of because it went national news, then the mass shooting that happened last month, that was a domestic situation that killed a pregnant girl. It didn't get national news because it was domestic and it was an all black family, but it was in a neighborhood.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, man. I worked in like the roughest neighborhood in Southside Chicago, man. There was gangster disciples all around me, man, and like I feel really bad. Like like I do empathize, man. I know there's a lot of good people there, just trying to make their life, and it's just poverty and crime and a lot of horrible things go on. And I worked in those neighborhoods, and everybody was nice to me. There was a couple that didn't like me because I was a white kid or hood. I didn't take it personally. I didn't care. It's like whatever, man. I'm just working here, like rehabbing a house, and you're entitled to your opinion. As long as you're not attacking me, I don't care if you call me some names. That was just my thing. I had so I'm for peace and love. Unless somebody's gonna put their hands on me or try and hurt my loved ones, they can call me whatever fucking name they want. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna get killed over that. But They go for a gun, man. They better not fucking miss me. That's all I gotta say about it. You better be a good fucking aim, motherfucker. I've
Better
been
be bigger than a 22 or a pellet gun.
yeah. Well,
Most of them have pellet guns.
right. I had an uncle that was a Chicago sergeant, as I told you. So if you get me and you kill me, I'm going to be avenged in the worst kind of way. So, we both lose. Like even if you get away with killing me, I come from a family of fucking Chicago cops, and you kill a nephew or a Chicago cops family member, they ain't gonna fucking arrest you. Let me just put it that way. Nor should they.
Yep.
That's just the way it's been, and it's sad. But like, I don't know. I'm lucky. I survived a lot of crazy shit because I just try and keep my, I'm just nice to people, and I just try and avoid the drama. I had a friend that did time in a joint, and he said he's like, I slept during the he's like I slept during the day when all the bullshit was going on. And I read books at night, and I avoided like most of the bullshit, which is a smart way to go. But anyway, so back to the Templar, man. So, yeah, tell me more about it.
Oh, more about the.
Yeah,
well,
just
right
like
now, drawing in the.
yeah,
the
like
process
yeah,
or the story.
this story. I always love, I mean, I love both, but like this story, I'm really, dude. I would love to see a finished product, and like, I love as you tell me the story, and like, I like seeing how your mind works. You got a very good creative mind. I'm a creative guy, as you know. I'm not an artist, but
Hopefully,
I'm a writer.
well, hopefully I can redo everything in the computer. You saw the Mia stuff.
I like her. Very nice.
Yeah, she's a later character in the book. And then,
Those boobs, though, man, it's like they're so big.
yeah, I got my muffins. Dan's got his boob art. Pablo's got his boob art. I got my boob art. So that all I'm doing is just redrawing everything so in my head. And I don't know how long I'm not going to have a computer for, so that's the biggest problem right now.
Sure, I know that could be a bitch. Yeah.
So no CSP, so most of my files I can't use.
So, I always like. By the way, Laura Croft. I always liked her breasts, man. They were just right for me.
Yeah, not in the PS2 game itself because they were super pointy.
I didn't mind them, man. That's the thing. I boob guy. I'm not picky about boobs. I'm really all about like below the waist, thighs, legs, and bush.
Well,
bush But boobs are nice. Don't get me wrong. I like them big. I like them. I know. They can be just. They can be just kind of small. I don't fucking care. But the funny thing is, like, a lot of girls that attract me always have big breasts. The one I got now. Let me finish telling you the story real quick. This girl in Dayton, I met this beautiful. She's a Christian woman. She was raised like Pentecostal, but like not like Southern Pentecostal.
What's a Pentecostal?
Pentecostal Christian is like pretty much like a Protestant version, but some of them can be pretty intense, But there's like 3 factions, and she's Serbian.
Can you say the name again? Pentecostal.
Yeah, Pentecostal, like Pentecost, but like with an AL after it. So Pentecostal Christian. And
okay.
He looks like Heather Swain, dude. I went to EVS.
Oh, nice.
That's what I'm saying. I want your opinion because EVS hasn't answered me, and he probably won't on something like that. I don't know. I obviously just put in the DM because I wouldn't put her on. I wouldn't put her out there, for everybody to see. We get married. She wants like marriage and kids and shit. I don't know. But she's really sweet, and we've been lovey-dovey for a while now. And anyway, she works for UNICEF. She works for a charity. She believes in like tithing. She was like she does good Christian things. They come back in threefold, and she's so gorgeous. But she looks like Heather Swain. So I said, EVS. I go, I have to get your opinion on this. And I went his DM, and I gave him like some photos of her. I'm like, I think she looks like Heather Swain. There's one shot of her like she's laying down, like she's got her hair just like he kind of has her hair. She's got brown hair. And she's got it like Heather Swain does, when she's got it like kind of burned up. And yeah, I hope EVS sees it, man. And even if he doesn't reply, like she's got these big, gorgeous green eyes, deep green eyes. So I'll show you her picture, like if you email me, I'll send it to you, and you tell me because I think she does, man. I mean, not exactly
in the private. Send me your email again. So I
Yeah.
forgot your name. Nothing personal. I know it was an Irish name, but
Yeah, it's all right, man. It's Sean. First name Sean. It's right. I'm not. If I ever
son of a
become,
bitch, Sean. I was so fucking close.
yeah, I know you're Justin, right?
Yep. Justin. Just standard Justin. There's Justins everywhere.
Yeah, I'm not worried about. I mean, if I ever become famous, you just have to. Yeah, I become famous, man. I'll have you working for me. I'll give you whatever, I'll have you like do my art and stuff, and just private some of these videos where I give out personal information. That's all.
Yep. What was I gonna say? Is yeah, if you want to work on a rotting project, I want to work on other stuff because, with the Templar, it's going to take a while with a broken ass computer right now.
I would love to, bro. I don't know if I told you this, but I got offered another job to write for Sketch Comedy. I have 2 offers to write Sketch Comedy. They don't pay, but I mean, I'm really humbled, man. Like these on Twitter, I don't get banned anymore because I strictly stay away from politics unless it's in a reply, and I know what's going to get me banned. I just use laughter, and when I post stuff, it's like positive stuff. I post positive quotes and all that stuff. You've seen it. So, dude, like Gina Carano gave me 5 likes on my reply. John Carpenter's
Oh
wife.
no shit! Cool.
Yeah, dude, Gina Carano 5 times. I screenshot every time.
Nice.
I was like, I'm like,
I had Joe Bob Briggs's mail girl following me.
no shit. I love Joe Bob Briggs.
That was a wet dream of mine.
Dude, I used to watch him every TNT guy, right? He did that. Yeah.
Yep. He still does it. He does it on Shutter now. He's never left.
I think he had a small bit part in Escape from LA, didn't he?
No, that was Bruce Campbell as the surgeon.
Bruce Campbell was in there, but I think Joe Bob Briggs had a small part too. I might be wrong. I know Bruce Campbell.
Maybe.
Bruce Campbell was the doctor. Yeah. But
this is really old Templar stuff.
Well,
really old.
You got to interview Mike Barron, right? He's my hero.
I didn't interview on him. He showed up on a show with Monstrous X.
Yeah.
When I was working on projects, about to work on projects, and he was promoting this fucking badass Viking versus Aliens book. That was unfortunate on Kickstarter, and then he was bringing up Florida Man and all that other stuff.
Yeah, I want to give him a plug for your show, man. He just started his own YouTube channel where he will, like he does like do some live streams, and like he'll just do like what you're doing. He'll show you how he does his process, how to be a good writer, how to be a good artist, and he doesn't have a lot of people yet. So give him a sub, man. Give him some sub support. I know you love it, because that's what for people like you who are artists,
Let me make you a mod.
Yeah, Mike Barron. He's got his own YouTube channel. It used to be his wife,
How the fuck do I make you a modder? Oh well, I'll figure out that later. Yeah.
Yeah.
Put his link in the private. I'll put it out there.
I sure will.
Everybody can see it.
Yeah, but if you
Is it Bloody Red Baron?
I think if you just search Mike Barron, I'd have to check it out. I mean, I'd have to go off stream, but I'll get it to you. I'll get you the link.
Yeah, Mike Barron's the coolest geezer. I read 2 of his books. I read Biker. Biker is badass. I like it. I like his character in there. And then
I mean, dude, he follows me on Twitter. That's the fucking dream, that was so cool to give me a follow. I was like, man, I'm like being like such a fan of your comic as a kid, man. Your comics, I should say. I did, watch. I did get into some Nexus. I was mainly a Badger guy, but like, and I still am a Badger guy. And he just came out with a new Badger graphic novel. But
here it is.
Yeah, I'm like, just the fact that this guy is so cool, and the fact that he follows me and like we laugh with each other on his posts. I'll make some jokes. It's so cool. I would love to hang out with Mike Barron, man, and just shoot the shit in real life. It'd be great.
I was going to show this off real quick. This is a rough composition for an adventure comedy that I had with the Hodge twins in mind.
Okay.
You ever play the video game Bad Company?
I kind of like but I know what you're talking about. I played it. My friend had it, so I do remember it. Yeah, a little bit.
Well, if you ever YouTube the character conversations, they're really hilarious. So that's basically why I had the Hodge twins in mind. And basically, this is like Michael J. Fox, Tony Stark. So they're running away a lowrider. He's like, guys, there's a fucking Apache helicopter behind us. And if you ever read read ever seen the twins sketches where they're driving? Here's Kevin going to Keith. Hey man, what we gonna do? There's a helicopter. We're in this old ass car. There's a lowrider. What can we do? What is it gonna do? And they shoot missiles. And he's like, no, they're shooting missiles. What the fuck now? And here's Keith yelling, dude, shut the fuck up. And then the Michael J. Fox character goes, push the fucking hydraulics buttons. Then
Yeah,
boom, the hydraulics go up, and the Michael J. Fox character flies up in the air, and
that's good.
yeah,
That's a good recreation you got there. I like that, man. Very good.
well, I need some help writing this one because my idea was, basically the Hodge twins are trapped on this island, hiding these parts where they crash landed,
Yeah.
and it's either like a island because I was thinking like the fucking why they are fucking up in the Apache helicopters because the pilots are high as hell and they're not agreeing with each other what to do.
Right.
So and these three are trying to get out with the limited supply they had, and basically how Battlefield was or Bad Company was advertised where these guys were out running tanks and golf carts and shit like that.
Right.
And if you know the Hodge twins humor, it's basically that nasty talking dialogue and them just yelling at each other.
Yeah,
talking shit.
You see the Hodge twins. I think of those two twins there on Steven Crowder show.
Yep, that's them.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're hilarious. Those guys are fucking hilarious. I love those guys. Of course, I think they get censored a lot too because you can't be African American and be not Democrat or you're the enemy. So.
Yeah, it can't be conservative and black. That's why that TV show, that sitcom TV show, failed. Carmichael's because the guy behind the show is way too conservative, but it was a great show.
Dude, of course, man. That's the thing. It's like, and that's what the joke is. There's a lot of them that are conservative, but they won't put that on the news. You know what I mean? Because that's not good for the narrative. It's supposed to whatever. Race pimping, race grifting. It's just getting. It's old. No, it's the same game they do. It's the same stuff. But yeah, the Hodge twins I like definitely. I actually, I have a lot of premises I've written for that would make great comic books or movies or TV shows. They go either way. And it's like I got to choose like the sketch comedy writing. I might write for both. I might write for one. The one guy's got a podcast. And he's told me, he's like, I have like actors, so if you send me something, and it's good, I have actors, that work with me and like they'll do the voices and stuff. So I think I'm leaning towards that one, but I'm just flattered, man, that they like my stuff like that. Like they think I'm funny. I mean, I can't people up in my circles, when I'm comfortable, but on Twitter, yeah, because I'm behind this, I'm not like this right now. I'm doing with you is something that's doing me, like where people could be watching. It's not like I used to work in the stock market. I can be around huge crowds of people, you know what I mean? But like, there's something about the cameras and the studio stuff. Everybody can just, you just feel all the eyes on you if there's a lot of people. I took a TV production class in high school, and we had a studio next to the classroom, and I interviewed. We had a thing where I would interview one guy and he interviewed me. And then, like, I interviewed him, really nice guy, Kenyatta. And I was like, so, tell me about your life, Kenyatta. You're on the football team for Ryman High School. You're like, yada, yada, yada. And everything goes fine. And then it was his turn to interview me. And all of a sudden, the spotlight comes at me, and I see the camera guys with their fucking cameras, like we had a whole studio, man. And, like, I just started busting up laughing. And, like, the teacher probably used that tape to this day because, like, you ever see like a news anchor gets nervous and just starts laughing their ass off and fucks up the whole thing? He was like, so Sean, tell me. I'm like, what? It was so silly, It was so weird to have a big spotlight on me. And I was like, yeah, I'm probably better behind the scenes, I like this. I like what we got, but like, and I'm older now. I'm more confident. So yeah, I mean, if I had like a show that if I could do something, if we did something big, if I had a partner, I'd probably be more comfortable, like what we're doing. If your show blew up, and I was a guest like Cecil type of thing, that'd be fun. I don't mind haters, I mean? If there's a lot of people, but it's just
All you got to deal with is you're gonna have haters, and you're gonna have people who are gonna give you shit and flack all the time.
Oh, no doubt, man. And I got thick skin. You know, if I don't care about you personally and you don't like me, I give zero fucks. You know what I mean? It's like it's nice if you like me, but it's not necessary. That's my motto in life. But you know, if I care about you personally, you know, yeah, like of course, you know, it's like I don't want to hurt nobody. You know, and I like to get along with people. But I would love to, you know, I love to write and I love to just come up with something different. All my premises, man, I make sure it's something that hasn't been done before. You know, if I do something like that's like sci-fi, I want it to be something different than I've ever seen. I have a lot of like emotional life experiences where you know I think I think I do very good dialogue, and when it you know like and I can just be batshit crazy weird. You know what I mean? Like funny weird. That's what I get a lot. Like, I love on Twitter. You know, I'll just post like I'm good with the gifs. You know, like I'll write like a joke and then I'll put gifs in there. Like I got a lot of
Oh,
inside
there
jokes.
it is.
Yeah, let the Leprechaun horror movies, Leprechaun 4 Hour Space. I always love using that gif. Or Bigfoot fighting a bear, that type of thing.
Oh
I
yeah.
love gifs. I'm really good using gifs. You know, EBS. The last time I cracked him up, bro, was he was promoting you know, all Cap says that snowman comic. You know what's that called again? Uh, it's
I
not
pressed the
EBS.
wrong button. Who is it? Oh, that's you. What is? Sorry about that.
That's
Kicked
okay.
myself out by accident.
Yeah, what's the new EBS? Well, it's not well, it's all caps, but it's another artist that with the snow guy.
Oh, that's not Trent Canuga. Who's the other guy?
Yeah, but you know the
Uh,
comic, right?
yeah, Snowman. I backed it, but
Snowman, right?
I forgot the
So
name.
so EBS, you know, he did a thing for Snowman the first time he put a tweet for Twitter, and I go, is that Michael Keaton movie? You know, that when he did it, Mr. Frost, and I
Oh,
did it,
Jack Frost.
Jack Frost, and then I did a gift of Jack Frost, and EBS like fucking laughed his ass off. He replied back, he's like, no, I think that would be called Mr. Death Freeze. And he said some fucking hilarious facts, man. I was pissing my pants, but I
Oh, here
like
was
it.
a cool shot.
Yeah. Oh, nice, very nice, man. I
See,
like
he's
it.
looking over the bay in San Diego.
Yeah.
See, and
Yeah.
then I
You gotta
had it
get
on the computer. I was rough compositioning it. Basically, he escapes by jumping off the skyscraper on a hang glider,
nice. That's a
and
cool movie to go.
it was a cool design. But I was trying to draw how it would look if he launched off a skateboard. But I decided to stick with the Batman style running.
Yeah. Hey, I don't know if you know this or not, but I've been streaming on Plenty of Fish. They have a streaming site on there called there's two streaming sites that I've been streaming on lately called Meet Me is one, and then Plenty
Hmm.
of Fish. I think it's the same thing, right? But like, because since I got on these dating sites, you can just live stream yourself. You can go to other people's live streams. You know, just meet cool dudes or a girl that you like. You got a lot of hot women in there that just have guys throwing money at them and simping. I don't do that, but I'll like say hi and stuff every once in a while. But anyways, I met some really cool people on there. That's how this last girl, you know, since I'm in love with this girl Julia, I'll just say that this other girl was just a friend. It was just platonic, you know. But it was.
I ain't judging you.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, if we get married, she can never hear this.
Oh,
um,
this is another rough concept from the Templar. Is This is kind of the found footage style. This is a close up of I call him the journalist eyes. He's kind of based off of Gavin McGinn's on his Vice days,
yeah,
and it's
well,
zoomed out where he looks like he's in pain, terrorizing. There's this other guy covering his head, and you
yeah,
get a zoom out and you realize it's a film crew and
yeah,
he's being filmed. There's a boom operator right there, and he's holding his arm because he got shot.
right.
And that's one of the main guys, kind of based off of one of, like the Detroit. He's based off Colleen Noir,
Yeah,
but he's the leader of the Detroit 300 group in my comic.
I like it, man. I like that. That's a great real life story for inspiration. But hey, I'm telling you about this Meet Me app for you because when I'm streaming on Meet Me, I can play fucking music and I don't get struck. You know what I mean? Like I can play like video, like songs in the background. People like do like karaoke. So like you could do what you're doing now, and you could fucking have people gifting you, and you know what I mean? Like people will just come in and you can like put them up just like we're doing here. It's like YouTube, but like how it used to be free, and they didn't fuck with you, so they don't copyright you or any shit like that. So I'm
Okay,
just
I'll
saying,
try and meet me out.
yeah, check out Meet Me and just stream like you're doing now on Meet Me, dude. I'm telling you, man, you'll get fans, you get people interested, and they'll gift you, they'll send you money just because, dude. I get they give you like diamonds. There's different stuff. I had some girl give me 260 like diamonds. I don't know what they're worth, but they convert into cash. I didn't ask her for it. She was just excited and having. She's like, here, have some diamonds. She was a very nice
No
Asian.
shit.
Yeah, so I'm like, dude, El Gargoyle, if I'm doing this, man, and like I'm just sitting there like drinking beer and watching fucking music videos, and people just keep coming in, and you can do like just people nearby you. You can stream to people only like nearby your area. You can do like like trending, like just everywhere. You can look. You can do dating. You know what I mean? So it's not just a dating thing. It's just like getting to know each other. But yeah, no bullshit. You don't got to worry about having a song on the background. You know what I mean? It's you can make your show better, like how it used to be on YouTube. So I was thinking about you because I got through there on Plenty of Fish first, and then I realized like it's a whole separate app you can just download. You don't want to go through the dating site, have like your wife
Let
get
me
in.
see if I can install the app.
Yeah, for sure. And
Let me see.
people favorite you, so like you favorite people, you make friends in there, you favorite them, and then every time if they favorite you back, every time you go stream, they'll get a notification. So it's a good way to build up clients, and tell Narwhal, tell everybody, man. Like I'm telling you, this fucking I met some really cool people and made some people laugh. And
I'll try to
it's gonna
I'll
be
try to tell Narwhal. Unfortunately, Narwhal is hard to reach without a Twitter.
right. Well, Narwhal's, he's doing great. He's exploding. He's already, got a good following. But I'm just saying, like, for all you guys, man, it's like it's a really good, it's a great it's what you're doing now, but without the bullshit of YouTube, man, without having to worry about anything. The only thing is like if somebody comes in your stream and they start saying like cunt, or something like that, like in the fucking comments, they'll get banned automatically, but you're not banning them. Like extreme shit. But if you say like I just meet like you can talk about sex like we're talking about now. I mean,
Is
like
it
I was talking to
purple with
Steve.
a smiley face?
Yes, Meet Me. That's it.
You
Yeah, that's the one, brother. And just you'll start off just it'll say it's same thing. It'll say just give the stream minute. People will start stopping by, and sure enough, it might just be one person. It might be two. Might be five. But the more you do it, and like I said, I like you can check it on other people, and like you'll see people just doing karaoke or they'll just watching TV. You can just watch people watching a movie, and you're watching a movie with them, and they're drinking a beer, and you're drinking a beer. It's really like a Zoom type of thing almost, but cooler. It's like this, but with like combined with Zoom.
The thing
It, you'll like
is
it.
with Streamlabs, as dumb as it sounds, but the browser use, if you have a Microsoft account using the Microsoft based browser,
Right.
they actually give you money using using their browser
Yeah.
for per time. It's kind of like points, so that's why I kind of stick with this right now.
Yeah, no, you should, but that's the thing. You can do both. You know what I mean? Like seriously, you can do both simultaneously. You could stream this and on this and at the same time. You
Oh
know,
yeah, that's right. That is so true. Oh
so
my
you
gosh.
can yeah, you can double your size audience, get more people to know about it. Because, dude, I support you, brother. I love you. I love your ideas. I think the Templar is cool. I mean, I met you in our wall stream. Obviously, you're just a cool dude. You're like a red team. And but then when I saw your shit, I was like, oh, that's cool. Like I told you, just I think I love the Boondock Saints, and it kind of gave me that vibe. It was like Punisher meets Boondock Saints, and I love how the detail with your cathedrals and stuff. You got a really good eye for that stuff, man.
I try. I try. Thank you.
You try and you succeed, my friend.
I think there's a lot of people better than me, but thank you.
Doesn't matter. It's like you get better with practice, man. EVS didn't start off the best. He worked at it just like you're doing, man. That's all. It's slow and steady wins the race, my friend. Just keep doing what you love. You'll be all right. You're doing great, man. I like that you stick with it, man. You don't quit. That's an admirable quality. And you got good ideas, and you got good art. I'm not an artist, guy, so I don't pick art apart like other artists do because I can't draw myself, so I don't knock people for stuff I can't do. But I like what I see. Like obviously, you're showing me rough cuts because you gotta, you gotta get. It's a big process, and you're just doing this mostly by yourself, right? So
Hmm.
when you're doing it all by yourself, that's a tough way to go. But I admire that, man. It's in this world today. That takes some scrub. So good on you, man. And that's the same thing with me, man. Like with Twitter and stuff, and like getting these offers, I'm really flattered because I do like working with teams of people. You know what I mean? Like if I do like some skits and they go viral, they take off with these guys, on his podcast or the actors, and like I want to promote them, dude. Like I would definitely be like, hey man, here's my skit. You want to draw something up, and you know what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
I like working with people that I think are cool, like my brotherly brethren, or women that are cool too. Just anybody who's cool is welcome, and I like team efforts. I'm good at that. I'm good at keeping peace, and keeping the drama at bay, and just having fun.
Oh, yeah.
And there's nothing for me, dude. Like it's not work for me. It's like if I got hired as a comedy writer for pay, that wouldn't be a job for me, man. Like I've worked hard work, and it's like that sucks. But to do something I really love like that, just like sitting around, just being creative and coming up with some skits, and then have actors, act them out or whatever, and then people enjoy them and laugh, like. And I was actually make a living at that. Oh my gosh, dude, that would be so great. And I'm actually getting these opportunities. Just take. I got my foot in the door, and one last thing here. I'm tooting my own horn here. I told you about Mancow, right? Like how he's been in my DMs chatting with me.
Yeah, he was the DJ that was in the Hustler magazines all the time.
Yeah, well, he was in San Francisco for a while, but like, yeah, he just had to leave Chicago radio. He got the ratings exploding because he was pro-Trump and he's a patriot and he's a Second Amendment guy.
Oh, I didn't know Mancow was all that. Damn, rebellious as fuck.
Yeah, he fucking called out the bullshit, man. He didn't back down, and they fucking forced him off his show. So his show, he always like leaves and comes back though. He'll be back. He's actually talking about running for governor. But anyways, he just sent
Oh,
me.
he should run for governor.
Oh yeah, I'd vote for him, bro. But like that guy's full of the stadium. So anyway, this is what I want to tell you. So he writes me just like something on Sundays, and he'll talk about the bullshit with the fucking woke bullshit. And he's like they wanted me to sell out. They wanted me to fucking like go against Trump, and I wouldn't. So he's like I'm being persecuted, man. And I'm like I hear you, brother. I know. Like I just, I was like, I'm a fan, and yet I know what's going on. And like, his real name is Matthew, Eric Mueller. That it's like Eric, Mancow is just, obviously joking, but like, I'm like, I know, Mancow is your character, and Eric Mueller is a different guy. But I said he's a Christian. He's not ashamed. He's like EBS. He doesn't like woke bullshit. You know what I mean? He's like EBS. If EBS, was like really into fucking guns and cars, you know. I know EBS like is pro gun, but like Mancow like has like badass like fucking like soldiers on there like on his show. Like he's had Stallone. Any rate, let me get to my point. He sent me back this thing. He replied to my last reply, whatever it was. He's like, "Ha!" He laughed and he's like, "Thank you, for what you said." And then he goes, he buried himself alive for charity, which he gave it like a children's charity as a stunt when he first became famous in the '90s. And he showed me a picture of like him with he sent me 3 photos. I'll show you them. I don't share them, with anybody but like personal because it's personal. Well, he doesn't care, but like he gave me a photo of him with Ray Davies from the Kinks, who the Kinks are in the
The
band.
band. Yeah.
Yeah, Ray Davies, the Kinks were like one of his favorite bands. I like the Kinks a lot too. So he sent me a photo of him with Ray Davies. Then he sent another photo with him with Tom Brady just recently from winning the Super Bowl. Like not at the game, like they're hanging out. Just Tom Brady's got like a hat and shades on, and Mancow's like photographing with them. And then a picture of him and Chris Farley from when him and Chris Farley used to. Chris Farley broke into a studio, fucking like drunk and shit. And they had this great fucking this long hilarious fucking rant that went like Manco was supposed to be getting off the air, and Chris Farley busted in there, was like, "Man, cow," and he starts, like hamming it up, and it was just hilarious. So he sent me a photo like him with Ray
Oh,
Davies.
speaking of Chris Farley, did you know his brother Kevin Farley did stand-up comedy?
I sure do, yeah, I like him.
I just watched a movie he was in just recently that he starred in.
You know, I heard
American Carol.
Right. Somebody was just talking about that because the reason why that rings a bell is because somebody goes, "Is that Chris Farley's brother?" Because they saw the name, with the Farley, and I replied in the Twitter thing, I'm like, "Yes, that's him," and he's been doing comedy for a while, and he's a funny guy. I like him. But yeah, just that was so cool. So Mancow, he sent me those photos, of him and that, and he just bullshit with me, and he's like, thanks for the prayers, brother, and it's cool, man. So I uh I replied back, and then I'm waiting his reply. He'll read the shit again on, he doesn't go on Twitter that often, but like, it's always really cool, man, when I wake up and there's a message, I mean, this guy's been cracking up for decades. It's just like when EVS replies back in my thing, just guys that, you think, well, guys that are just hilarious, like, it's so cool, I get to meet your heroes and they turn out to be really good guys. I mean, at EVS, where I'm not saying he's my hero, but he kind of is in a way. You know what I mean? Like what he's put up with. I mean, yeah, he is a fucking hero to me. And he's like my same age as me, and we like all the same shit mostly from the '80s. Like everything he talks about, I get all the inside jokes he makes, and we just like
He's got more balls than Howard Stern.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And that's the thing. Mancow fucking hated Howard Stern. Howard Stern couldn't beat Mancow in the ratings in Chicago. That they had a big war with each other. Mancow won. They ripped on each other all the time. So that was on play. Stern dominated everywhere except for Chicago because he couldn't beat Mancow. So Mancow was funnier, man, and Mancow had on like better guests, and he asked more interesting questions, man. Where Howard Stern was just like he had on strippers and nothing but. Are those real? Are those real? The same old joke. So Mancow, like, got some really cool different people on, and he was a big advocate of free speech. And Mancow was the one who didn't sell out, man. I mean, he literally just lost the show. And look at Howard Stern now, man. Like he's a fucking cuck. He sucks now.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's terrible. I watched the old videos and I'm like, damn, you are so fake, Howard Stern.
Right. He had some funny stuff on there, but it wasn't him. It was Jackie the Joke Man, and stuff writing for him.
Yeah, it was other people doing shit. Like the Serbia shit, it was mainly Jackie the Joke Man doing everything.
Right. Mancow doesn't do that, man. Mancow, like that's his fucking show, man. Mancow's Morning Madhouse, and he's got the Mancow Militia of Love,
Yeah.
So, yeah, dude.
Howard Stern was more that nasty video producer. Yeah, you're a nasty slut. You're gonna sit on that Serbia. Yeah, well, baby.
Stern used to have some balls. You know what I mean? Like he was controversial. He didn't care about pissing people off. And now, I don't know, man. How many millions can you make? Where you have to care about losing your job? Like fuck. Stern is so fucking rich. Like the fact that he's like apologizing now for being friends with Trump, and he's apologizing for his past shows. It was just fucking dumb comedy, man. It's like you don't apologize for fucking entertainment. You know what I mean?
How could he? What else is he gonna apologize for? I apologize for getting a fee for the porn stars I gave Trump.
Right. It's just like, I objectify women, and I made like jokes that were insensitive, to whatever group is victimized now. So like, yeah, and that's why he's got it like these Dancing with the Stars type gigs. Stern, like he just sold out, man. He fucking sold out, and he doesn't do anything controversial anymore. He just apologizes for the controversial stuff he does, and he does real milquetoast shit. I haven't listened to him forever, but the last time I did, just to see how bad he was, because I had heard it was terrible, and so I just couldn't believe like what a difference it was. Like, is at least he wasn't nearly as funny as Mancow, not really at all. Like when he was, it was because the joke writers, but like he at least used to fucking say shit that would make people laugh and piss people off, which is what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like in comedy, you know what I mean? You're supposed to fucking go there, right? Like that's what fucking good comedy is. If you watch Eddie Murphy Raw or Eddie Murphy Delirious, which is on Netflix right now, he fucking says shit that nobody would dare say today. But that's why it was funny, because it wasn't like it was a joke. You know what I mean? It's that's the beauty about comedy. You know what I'm saying? So anyway.
Yeah, even Richard Pryor, he made this one movie I never realized existed. It was JoJo something.
JoJo Dance Your Life.
Yes. I never realized that movie existed, where it's an entire movie about it's literally like a Christmas character, but it's his crack addiction.
Right.
or It's a Wonderful Life, but with his crack addiction. It was an amazing movie, and it was hilarious still, even
yeah,
though it was so fucked up.
I know the movie, but I've never seen it the whole way through. When I was a little kid, because I love stand-up comedy, I did see some of it. So I'm glad you brought that up. I got to check it out. Do you know that Richard Pryor was supposed to be in Blazing Saddles? He was supposed to play the black sheriff, but he was so like coked up he couldn't do it. So
I believe
Cleavon,
that.
yeah, Cleavon Little, got that role and was hilarious. But Richard Pryor would have been great in Blazing Saddles, man. I think my favorite Richard Pryor movie. Oh my gosh, man, the Gene Wilder. Was it Crazy Train? Whatever, the Gene
Oh,
Wilder
Silver Streak.
Silver Streak. Yeah, that was fucking hilarious. And Bustin' Loose, like
Haven't seen Boston Lewis, but I've seen this one movie recently that was great. Was Some Kind of Hero.
Some Kind of Hero. I've seen that one, good one. It might not be Bustin' Loose, it might be Stir Crazy. It's basically him and Gene Hackman, gets into prison, and like they escape through a road. It's like
Yes,
a
that's Stir Crazy.
Stir Crazy, great movie, right? Yeah,
That was
yeah.
a great movie too. So
And
was Hear No Evil, See No Evil. That was a great one.
you read my mind. That's what I was gonna bring up next. Yeah, that was the last really great movie he did, and he had fucking what was it, Parkinson's or MS? I don't remember.
MS. You're right.
By the time he did See No Evil, Hear No Evil, man, he was really feeling that. So the fact that he pulled off such a great performance, that was the last thing with him and Gene Wilder. It's so sad, man. Gene Wilder's gone, and Richard Pryor, Prince is gone. All these, you know, Michael
Oh, it's a
Jackson.
good.
I don't
I
know.
hate to say this at this point. It's a good thing they are.
How so?
They would have missed the past 10 years of bullshit they would have had to deal with, or 5 years.
Yeah, I guess, man. I don't know. I always like seeing people make it. Well, I don't know. I guess you grow up with loving these people. You want to be around forever. That's not how life works.
I
It
I
makes
hate
me.
to sound cold, but
Yeah.
would you really want to see Richard Pryor for the last years of his life be apologizing for all the jokes he did and everything he did to white women? And
I don't think he would. Like Eddie Murphy doesn't. Eddie Murphy does not apologize for the gay jokes he made. And
yes, he did.
Eddie Murphy did. I don't remember that.
Yeah, he did it a while ago.
Well, they're still playing Ron Delirious on Netflix right now, and he does that whole bit about you know uh, that whole bit that he did. I don't even like saying it.
Yeah, that's why he's still apologizing, even with the Coming to America shit and the fucking dumb shit sequel. That dumb shit sequel is going to be a complete apology thing, which it's like,
Why? What was offensive about Coming to America? Shit, that was a fucking
uh,
good movie.
every joke they made coming into Queens and about being black and the two different black societies.
Oh my gosh, like dude, that movie like showed him as like a prince, and it showed Africa as a beautiful country. Like
And
that.
then of course a white guy directed the movie, so they got to
Well,
change that. It has to be a black guy directing it.
I thought John Landis was directing this one as well. No,
Oh, he is? Then I'm wrong.
right? That's what I'd heard, unless they changed it. Yeah, I'm gonna give him a chance. Eddie Murphy is talking about doing stand up again, and when he came back on Saturday Night Live finally recently, he had some good stuff on there. I liked him coming back as Gumby and stuff. It was funny. He did Mr. Rogers again. I love Eddie
But
Murphy.
at one point, his before his brother died, his brother had more balls than him.
Yeah, I love Charlie Murphy. I mean, yeah, Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle, he didn't, he went woke a bit, but that he got in trouble. Remember his last Netflix specials? He was like, "Fuck this shit," and he said shit that, you
This is
know,
why Dave Chappelle doesn't have black kids. He doesn't have a black family.
what's
You
his
know?
wife? Asian?
Yeah,
Well, I
that's why
mean,
it's like
if they're his
that's why
kids,
it's like fuck you. You guys are gonna throw me under the bus anyways. Doesn't matter.
yeah. Well, I mean, he's black, so he does have black kids, whatever. For some
I
reason,
mean, I mean to
it's like
black people, they're
right,
not black kids in the black society.
really. Well, I mean,
I
I
mean,
get
look what happened with Kobe Bryant. When Kobe Bryant died, there were black people out there going, "That family's not entitled. They're not black. This belongs to us black people."
yeah, that shit goes around, but I don't think that's the majority of the black community thinks that way. You know what I mean? Like, there's always, people, that nitpick stupid shit like that. But I it just they always give the biggest microphones to the smallest, minority of people that are angry and unreasonable. You know what I mean? Like, because the media likes clickbait and they like fighting. It keeps people watching. That's why they do it. They're certainly not trying to solve, race relations. That's for damn sure. So it's just, yeah, they're rating whores and fucking they love. It keeps us from holding the politicians accountable because we fucking all fight about this shit and they keep us fighting with each other and then they just keep stealing from us and keep on selling us out to fucking China and all these other fucking places and getting away with murder while we're so busy yelling at each other with pronouns and shit, how like arguing about pronouns. Well, literally they're fucking, selling our future away, burning the Constitution, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a uniparty, right? Like yeah, that's why I just check out, man. Like I was into it for a while, but it's so depressing now. It's just like I need to laugh, man. I just watch like my shit from like pre-weekdays. Like I watch a lot of old sci-fi stuff on Tubi, comedies. I watch everything before these assholes that are in charge now got in charge, which wasn't that long ago. So there's a lot of stuff I can watch for the rest of my life. I can never watch another new show and have plenty of stuff to watch. I never watched a lot of TV shows, for like the last 20 years, really. I watched a lot when I was a kid, but like they can put out whatever woke bullshit they want. They could have a disabled Tahitian pygmy, you know what I mean, and say it's so great. I could care less. I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to watch Captain Marvel. I don't care, you know what I mean? People can fight about that dumb shit, and I'll laugh about it with you, but it's like, it's funny to watch that, woke people being made fun of, but like, Gina Carano, man, like, dude, a strong, independent woman, right? But look what they did to her, right? They defended that fucking bitch that was like, saying that white people, all white people suck, whatever. Disney literally fucking says we defend her, we stand by her. Gina Carano literally was showing the evil of the fucking the bad guys from World War II. I'll just say that so your stream doesn't get checked. And they fucking fired her. You know how Gina Carano? I just watched Geeks and Gamers. You know how Gina Carano found out that she was fired by Disney? On Twitter. She found out through social media like everybody else. They didn't even fucking like call her in the office or give her a phone call. They just they put it to the press and let her find out that way. She said that yeah, she said that they the first thing they did was for the Mandalorian they didn't let her do the press the what like the Comic Cons and stuff. They canceled her from doing that, but they're like, you're still on the show. We just don't want you to, show up for these conventions to promote it, right? The promotion is what I got from the Geeks. She did a little bit of an interview, and it came out today. Geeks and Gamers covered it, and then that was the first step, and then they just fired her by social media. They just released to the press, and she found out that way. I mean, that's dude. You know what it is? Kathleen Kennedy hates that the Mandalorian is so awesome because it is. And she wants to have pink lightsabers and fucking women with dicks, fucking. And I'm gonna, she wants to have activism, and she hasn't learned. Kathleen Kennedy, after destroying Star Wars with those horrible sequels, Kathleen Kennedy is now still getting the reins to, with her crazy activist kook heads at Disney. She still is thinking that she's going to be able to just force people into watching her woke bullshit because it's Star Wars. No, as great as Star Wars is, you can't fucking make it woke because it's not Star Wars. Then Star Wars was never woke. Star Wars always had like strong women. It had people of color in there, but it wasn't woke. It was just they were good characters. You weren't like, hey, here's Lando Calrissian. Do you see Lando Calrissian is not white? You see, you didn't have to do that shit. But now, oh my God,
Ripley was already a great character. Sarah Connor was already a great character.
Exactly, my friend.
Even we go back to video games. We got Jill Valentine, Lara Croft.
How about Mara Jade,
females?
Mara Jade. Why didn't she put Mara Jade in the fucking sequels? Because why she be married to Luke Skywalker? And we can't have Luke Skywalker involved. Kathleen Kennedy obviously fucking hated Luke Skywalker. There's no doubt about it.
They all hated Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, because
that's why he's sucking tits.
He's got blonde hair and blue eyes, and he's got a big phallic lightsaber. Oh, of course they hate him, right?
They hated Han Solo too.
Oh yeah, they did them all. I mean, I want to see Disney go bankrupt. It's going to take a lot because they have such a war chest of money, but people are turning on Disney, man. when
They
they
didn't even like Darth Vader either.
yeah,
I
well
mean,
that
let's be honest. Look, they didn't like Darth Vader. They did make that one scene, but it's just like,
right.
okay, it was one standalone scene, and if you look at it as a whole, it's fucking stupid because it ruins a New Hope entirely.
Absolutely. I mean, I like the scene of him doing that shit, but like the best thing that's come out ever since Disney got a hold of fucking Star Wars was the Mandalorian when Luke showed up to take the baby,
Yeah,
excuse me, Baby Yoda. That was the coolest fucking thing. Everybody went nuts. Everybody was like, "This is what we want." And
yeah,
then,
that was the best thing about season two. But that's the problem with Star Wars
yeah,
is
but that's
there's nothing more to Star Wars but Luke Skywalker, the Force, and the Empire, Darth
not true.
Vader.
It's like all those. If they just use the books, what they have the rights to, right? Like the Thrawn trilogy and stuff. They have all that material, just like they could have used in the sequels that they fucked up. So, once her contract's up, I don't think they're going to replace her with another her. And then whoever they get in there, even if it's a woman, it's not going to be a woke woman, and she's going to fire all the leftover bad apples, from Kenny's crew. Because Disney, as much as they're burning their money now, there's going to come a point where their shareholders are going to be like, hey, wokeness or not, I don't like losing money, where I was always making money. You guys keep buying up like, Fox and all the superheroes, and we're losing money. How is that even possible, right? They
It's
know.
depending who the shareholders are, though. That's the thing we don't realize. The shareholders have enough pull to stop GameStop's shares from doing what they did last time.
But if people aren't going to the movies and they're not watching and they're not, a lot of people cancel their subscriptions just over Gina Carano. That's not good, man. You know what I mean? Like, so the shareholders eventually, man, they're obviously greedy bastards. Yeah, they
Well, look at
do.
what they did with Captain Marvel. We all know what they did with Captain Marvel. They just fucking spent money on the empty seats. They're
Yes, they
like,
do. And
and
they
then
make
they're like, "Oh, we're a success." That's the same thing they're gonna do again. If Disneyland fails, they're gonna be like, "Oh, it's higher than ever because we paid for the tickets."
well.
You know?
Let's also not forget with Captain Marvel, they tricked people into thinking it was a big connection to Endgame. Between Infinity War and Endgame, which it was not. It had nothing. It was nothing. So me and my friend were just talking about the other day with Captain Marvel. A lot of people went to see it because they thought they were going to get some spicy clues about Endgame, which they didn't.
Well, I was pretty sure there wasn't gonna be any big clues to Endgame. I was just like, eh, I
I
don't
thought they
even
were smart
care.
enough to do it. I'm like, because nobody wanted that fucking movie in the first place, right? And then of course,
I
and then Brie Larson with the shit she said. I don't
I
hate.
even forgot that Captain Marvel was Miss Marvel
Yeah,
originally. I
right.
liked Miss Marvel. She was hot, but I knew she got killed. She got her powers taken away by Rogue.
You talking about Monica Rambeau?
Yeah, no,
Yeah, she
no, Monica, not Monica Rambeau.
wasn't Monica Rambeau the original Captain Marvel? I didn't follow it.
No, no, the original Captain Marvel, because I got corrected by this, was actually a dude.
That's right, he was. You're right about that. But there was a black Captain Marvel.
Yeah, that was Monica Rambeau, but
Right, and
Rogue took the powers from Carol Danvers.
right, and I always heard, the original Monica Rambeau was people liked her and they liked the storyline. It wasn't bad.
Yeah, I heard that too from Young Ripa. I'm not I wasn't sure, but Monica Rambeau's actually in the WandaVision show.
Yeah, yeah, the young Ripper, man, that guy knows his fucking comics, man. That guy is a comic aficionado, man.
Yeah,
And
he is.
oh boy, yeah, he's dedicated. That's what I like about him, man. He was just talking about.
Yeah, he's fantastic. It was funny. I knew about his band for a long time, and I didn't put two and two together for the longest time. I was like, "Oh fuck, I'm an idiot."
Well, I didn't know about it until like I saw a clip of it. He's like a metal band almost, right?
Yeah, he ran a couple metal bands.
Right. That's
Uh,
awesome, man. Which is
Backwards is a really good one, and what was his other one that he was in? Fire from Below or something like that.
yeah. I haven't seen him in a while, but I used to go on his channel once in a while and make some jokes. It's funny, like that guy is so serious. That thing with Repa, man, like I would make some jokes and he will laugh sometimes, but it's like he's hard to make laugh. I made a joke. I'm like, Repa's like the angry guy behind you at McDonald's, you know? That's what he reminds you of. Like when I don't go to McDonald's anymore because I'm on a health kick, but like he looks like the angry, pissed off guy behind you at McDonald's. Like, you know, just he had a bad day or something. You know, he's like, I want my fries and my burger. Get the fuck out of here. And he loves comics. You know, that's like, but that's what's kind of entertaining me about him. Like, and he knows his shit. Like, yeah, the guy calls out the bullshit, and I like how he takes a stand. You know, that's the thing. He doesn't bend the knee, man, to the mob, just like Gina Carano and just like EBS. And, you know, legends, man. They're legends.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as these, you know, that's the thing. Yeah, the woke thing's terrible, and the idiots are in charge right now. But they're gonna bankrupt Disney. Disney cannot go on forever doing this, man. They just can't. I mean, it might take a long time, but nobody's gonna. These young kids are not gonna keep falling for this shit. You know, that's just a one trick
I
pony. Like,
I don't know right now. It's everybody coming out with shit. It's like even Warner Brothers is blatantly doesn't care about the shit they're coming at pumping out with.
well,
I
independent
mean,
movies, though, like independent movies will always be able to do whatever they want, and then they explode, man. That's what happened. Hollywood was falling apart in the '70s, you know, and like in the '60s, and then they started, you know, Hollywood went so bankrupt from all those terrible Disney movies with Don Rickles and shit, and you know that in the '70s, that's why you had The Exorcist and Jaws, because you had these, you know, they had lost so much money from all the crap they were doing in the '60s, like they're doing today, trying to get in with the hippie movement and be hip. You know, they had like that's why you see all the go-go dancers in those '60 movies and all those horrible movies in the '60s. Not all, but you know, a good amount. And then in the '70s, they're just like, okay, we got to make money. We got to take some risks. Let's give this guy money. Just leave him alone. You know, let's fund his movie like Jaws. You know, Spielberg had only done a creepy trucker horror movie before Jaws, right? And same thing with like William Friedkin, man. Before the Exorcist, you know, like nobody really knew about him, who he was. You know, I mean, I think
well,
he's had quite a few hits, but like William Friedkin,
yeah.
I mean, that guy's nuts. I do like William Friedkin, man. I mean, I love movies and I love directors. You know, he's one of my favorite directors. Exorcist is still to this day, I think, the greatest horror movie ever made. I know
So
people.
was the original Saint series? Was that on TV or was that in the movies?
I watched the Exorcist series, and they canceled the 2 seasons, and they fucked it up, man. They did
No,
connect it
no,
to.
no. The original Roger. I was watching the original Roger Moore Saint stuff, couple
Oh,
stuff
the series.
before it
I'm
came
sorry.
up in movies. The 19 God, it
They,
had to be the 1950s or 1940s, and they
the
were
Saint
an
was a
hour
great
long.
show. Yeah, The Saint was a great show, and they made a Val Kilmer movie based off the movie The Saint. It was good. If
Yeah,
you're,
it's on Amazon. It was okay. I like the
yeah,
Roger
it
Moore
was
stuff
okay. I
better.
saw it in the theater, man, and I just watched it again recently. I liked it. I liked Val Kilmer a lot. I've always been a fan of Val Kilmer. I always heard he was a dick behind the scenes, but he's very mellowed out now, and he's like apologized. And dude, to be famous in Hollywood, it's a cannibalistic town. You know, it's like you're young and you explode into fame like that. Like, you know, Bill Murray actually said something great about that. He's like, your parents can't like they can't prepare you for that kind of fame and that kind of crazy world. He's like, so when I meet an actor, he's like, I went through my dick phase, whatever. He's like, so when I meet an actor and they hit it big, and of course, I'll meet them because a lot of them like me. And if I see they're kind of egotistical, he's like, I'll give them a little while, because I went there. Because like, if they don't fucking shake that shit off, I drop them. You know, I thought that was cool. It's like, yeah, that's the way to be. Because yeah, like that's the thing. People are like, oh, Bill Kimmer was he's the biggest dick on set. The guy makes great work. That's what I care about. It's like, um, I don't like hearing that he was a dick on set. You know what I mean? But like, I'm just there. You know what I mean? It's like Vincent Van Gogh. You're staring at his paintings. You know what I mean? You hear about him cutting off his ear. That's just gossip. But really, you know what I mean? It's like you just want to look at his paintings and see what it's all about. Same thing with Val Kilmer. And I watch his post on Twitter now. It's so sad because Val Kilmer, man, he's been because of the operations he had. He just looks, he couldn't talk last time I had seen him. Like they were like interview barely, and like he just looks so old now and emaciated from his condition. It's so sad. He had like throat cancer, and I don't know if
Oh
you've seen
yeah,
him. He was in that horrible
uh,
Clerks movie, the Clerks 3, that went
yeah.
straight to Amazon. And remember, he had that like good partner with the Batman like hat on. I think.
There was a Clerks 3 already? Wow,
Yeah.
I didn't pay
No,
attention.
no, sorry. It was a Jay and Silent Bob, like, you know,
Oh, the Jay and Silent Bob reboot. I tried watching that and I couldn't get through it. It was so bad.
yeah. Val Kilmer's like at the end of it. He shows up as like in a Batman, like a goofy Batman hat on, and he's like, you know, he can't. This is when he wasn't able to talk yet because he had his throat taken out or whatever. And like he just looked so weird, man. Like his face was like sunken in, you know, from like the radiation and chemotherapy, and like, it was. He looked really old, and I mean, he was always. I mean, Val Kilmer, man. I mean, shit. Every woman I knew used to cream their jeans when they talked about Val Kilmer. You know, he was a good
Yeah,
looking.
Selma Blair looked bad. She went through MS.
Summer Blair. Oh my. Okay, what was she in? I knew.
She was in Hellboy. She was Liz Sherman.
Wait a minute.
She
Yeah,
was
I
in
haven't seen
that.
her forever. She got MS.
Yeah, she was going through MS. She
Oh my
looked
god.
like
I didn't know
shit.
that. Dude, Summer Blair is hot.
Not anymore. She looks
I
like
got.
somebody's grandma.
Oh no, that's terrible, man. Dude, well, I maybe that's why they didn't want to do Hellboy 3. Huh? That would have been hard to do.
Yeah,
Well, back
it's
then.
like it's like this. Even funnier. I was watching that stupid Will Ferrell movie on Netflix where he's like a fucking Scandinavian singer.
I saw it. It was
And
terrible. It was fucking awful. It was not funny at
yeah,
all.
I couldn't get through it. And Pierce Brosnan is his dad. I was like, really? They look like they're around the same age.
Yeah, it
Fucking
was
Pierce
ridiculous.
Brosnan's damn near 20 years older than fucking Will Ferrell.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, Will Ferrell looks like shit.
yeah. Will Ferrell, man. I mean, he's got a lot of great work in that. But I heard whatever, man. Like he was involved with that weird, creepy shit, man. Like with the spear cooking and the fucking SNL. Like I mean,
They're
like
all involved.
yeah,
They're all.
exactly. It's just I can't stand him now because like, dude, fuck, man. It's one thing, Val Kilmer. I mean, that's why I can still like him. Okay, when you were younger, you did some dickish shit. You were the whole world was kissing your ass. It went to your head. I get it. You know what I mean? And people never let you forget it. And he feels bad. He apologized. But the shit that Will Smith was, or Will Ferrell, I should say, was doing. Yeah, no, like there's no coming back from that for me. I can't be like, oh, he just decided it was cool to fucking like, um, to can whatever that spirit cooking shit, eat fucking, um, menstrual blood and fucking jizz, and like, are you fucking crazy? Are you
Yeah.
crazy? I would, why?
Well, to be honest, I'm not that big of a fan of Will Ferrell. I was just
I
watching
love
a
it.
movie to go to sleep to. So it was like playing a little bit. I was like, wow, this movie's awful.
It was awful, but I was a big fan. I loved Anchorman 1 and 2, and I loved Talladega Nights. I didn't
Yeah.
like Will Ferrell on Saturday Night Live really that much, but his movies, he had some hilarious fucking movies. Step Brothers with John C. Riley, fucking
Oh
hilarious.
yeah.
But yeah, he started sucking again. And also, what was the ice skating one? That was hilarious. When we were,
Blades of Glory.
yeah, Blades of Glory is fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah, he can be funny. He's got some funny stuff, but every movie he's Will Ferrell for the most time. Doing the screaming and getting hurt and
He
smashing
plays,
through walls.
he always plays a total moron. That's his character. That's that he plays a clueless idiot. It's always like either like the dumbest guy on the planet or a weird. Oh yeah, he always just plays like that weird dummy, but he's hilarious at it. You know what I mean? He's good at
Yeah,
dumb
yeah.
humor. He's like the king of dumb humor. He really is. It's dumb humor, but I like dumb humor.
Yeah, I mean it's funny. It's funny sometimes, but when you're paying that's the problem. When you're paying $17 to watch a different movie where he's doing literally the same thing, it's like, okay, got to narrow it down. Which one's his best one where he does it?
Yeah, but it's tainted, man. It's just like watching Guardians of the Galaxy, man. It's like I fucking think about James Gunn, and the only thing gets me through it, I'm like, you know what, man? Movies are a collaborative effort, right? So you had like Chris Pratt, you have like you have a lot of good people, and like because that fucking guy is a disgusting creep and allegedly a pedo. I don't know any guys that make 5,000 jokes, about that kind of shit. That
The
probably,
jokes were disturbing, but once again, I know James Gunn's background because I was a huge fan of Trauma.
yeah,
I'll admit to that. I was a fan of Lloyd Kaufman, and he was literally Lloyd Kaufman's apprentice.
Yeah.
So that being said, it's him being hired on Marvel was on them because he wrote stuff with penis monsters and fucking inbred children and stuff like that for the longest time, and fucked up shit like that for the longest time with Lloyd Kaufman.
Right, I
You could
get that,
go.
man. Like, when those photos came out of him at a party dressed as a pedophile priest with little girls, like, come on, man.
I totally agree.
Yeah,
Having parties like that was very disturbing, but
right.
I've seen people in Halloween recently. I've had friends make that priest joke all the time where they're dressed like a priest and they have a stuffed kid dressed
Sure.
up like they're giving him oral sex. So
Yeah, well, you know what? That's the thing. I would give him a pass, but I could have sworn in those tweets they uncovered there was something where he admitted to be a member of NAMBLA. He's like a guy mentored me in NAMBLA, which you know what they are.
he did, he did,
So
he
yeah,
did, and then his justification. I do agree. I do agree. I'm just
yeah,
being a little bit of a devil's advocate for certain situations because
which I respect. You should be, and that's the thing. It's like I do try and be devil's advocate. I really do because I know, like, the press can smear people, but like, dude, I made some really right. I've heard some jokes, like that, and I've like repeated them once or twice just for shock value because people will be like, "What's the most horrible joke?" Like, just it's so wrong, right? Like the babies in a blender joke when you're a
yeah.
kid in the movies, and like,
Well,
but like,
South Park jokes.
I would tell that joke one time, like every 4 years, like when it would come up, like what's the worst one. I would never do like just thousands of, I'm like, dude, he was obsessed with that topic. It was very creepy. But wasn't James Gunn like dating a bunch of hot women?
I don't know. I think he's been married to the same woman for a while. I
Yeah,
don't know.
he was with some hot chick, man. Like it's not like Bryan Singer where he's obviously raping little boys. You know what I mean? Bryan
Well,
Singer.
Bryan Singer is a homosexual.
Yeah, but like a bunch of boys came forward, like he raped me. You know what I mean? James Gunn, nobody's come forward yet. So whatever, at least I will give him that. No, nobody has come forward saying, yeah, he raped me. He molested me. So, but still, whatever. I'm done with him. But I'm gonna watch Guardians of the Galaxy 3 because all the other people that don't do that shit that are involved in the movie, like they shouldn't be screwed out of letting their hard work be seen because of that scumbag. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do agree about that. I do agree about that principle. And yeah, I
But
do
I
agree that James Gunn's jokes are very disturbing. I don't like pedophile jokes, but there's
right,
tons of media that do them. South Park in particular, tons of pedophile jokes. I love the fucking show, but
absolutely. But
I'm not a fan of them.
right. But that's the thing. But you don't get the vibe that Trey Parker and Matt Stone are obsessed with that. You know what I mean? Like it's like they do have him in there, but it's not like they're obsessed with only that line of humor. If you were to uncover their tweets,
No, they're poking. They're usually poking fun at a certain culture. When the most recent one, and they had one where uh, he has his he has his children do voiceovers, like kids voiceovers, and he
right.
had his daughter with his priest collar to eradicate the pedophile priest. He's got
Right.
this call with his daughter's voice going, "I love Jesus, I love Jesus."
Well, you know what? Those guys, I do, I don't like to bash on any Christian sect, man, but, growing up as a Mormon, man, I mean, I know EBS is a Mormon, but he wasn't raised in Utah. I didn't even know, like, it's the fact that he's from Jersey and he's a Mormon is kind of funny, like, there's a lot of Southside Irish Catholics like me that were raised Southside Irish Catholic,
You
but
ever seen the show Life After Lockup?
no, I haven't seen that. And I haven't seen South
Okay,
Park in years.
there's a woman who's a black Mormon. My mind was blown when I saw her and her family.
Yeah, right, because, like, that's not something you see very often.
Well, Mormons are known white supremacists.
Right, that's what it is, yeah.
Literally in the description, they say black people are the devil.
I know,
So,
man. I didn't want to
so
go there, like I let you say, but he's right. I know what it's about. It's just like I even hate talking about it, man. People are so sensitive, and that's the thing, man. It's like I know there's a lot of like, it's like they really think like all white people hate him and shit. And it's like I feel bad for him. It's like we don't, but the media's gonna tell you that, and you're gonna believe that. It's like it's too bad for you. I'm not gonna add to your paranoia, but like,
well, I mean,
and
the media tries to do it, but it's like, whatever. Go on social network. You'll see interrelation, interracial relationships everywhere. I
Right.
mean,
But at the same time, it's usually pumped at like it's very rarely a white guy. You know what I mean? With they do it no more now, but you know what I mean. It's usually like a one way thing with that. And like I had like
I
I
don't
had
know. It's confusing. I mean, go
I
to
mean,
Jesse Smollett. I learned this about Jesse Smollett because I learned about his really hot sister recently.
yeah, I've seen her. She is hot, but like
Anyways,
I had black people
anyways, their
ask me.
dad is Jewish. That's why their skin is so light.
Yeah, I knew that. Right, of course. Yeah, and Kamala Harris is his godmother. Go figure, right?
Yeah,
But just as
small
far as
world.
I had some black friends like when I was at work. They would literally ask me like, "Do white people really like say this shit? Are they racist like that?" Like like they didn't know, and I'd be like, some are, yeah." I'm like, some fucking white people really fucking don't like black people. I'm like, let me ask you this: are there fucking black people that really just don't like white people? Like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, but I'm like, most white people don't care. I'm like, it just
Yeah.
depends. Everybody's different, man. It's not. We're not all having secret meetings behind your back, man.
Well, that's a society that's changed too. You can't change somebody's mind of what they like.
Yeah,
Sorry, I can't compete with that.
no,
Most girls I see when they're with a black guy, I'm like, oh, can't compete with that. I'm
hey,
not
man,
I'm not your color. Like I make that joke about Witten. I'm like,
right,
yeah, yeah, Narwhal, she's not your type. What do you
right.
mean? You're not
I
the right color.
I haven't seen her, but is this Narwhal's new sweetie?
No, no, this was a joke. Witten's that crazy tweaker girl, and there was that stream where Narwhal almost got into Anna's heart, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, he's like, "Hey, where's Witten at?"
Yeah, I thought Anna was with somebody already. She's been with the guy for a while.
Yeah, yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke.
I was gonna say Anna's hot, man. I mean, Anna is ridiculously hot. Like when I first saw, I thought she was so young. I was like, I didn't know she was as old as she was. I was like, wow, this girl. I thought she was like a teenager. I'm like, this teenager is very beautiful. I got to make sure like I don't look at her that way. And then when I found out like she was, like not like a teenager, I was like, okay, yeah, she's smoking hot. Not that that's a secret. I mean, there's so many, she's a beautiful woman and she's cool and I like her art too, man. And I like the Phantom Menace. I like, Valent is really cool, man. She's such I follow Valent's tweets on Twitter all the time, man. She tweets so much, but like, I give her lots of likes and stuff. And she's so mysterious too. I always wonder what she looks like because on her Twitter page, like she looks like she's very beautiful. She's got like a picture of her like dressed up like Padme or something from when she was younger. Like she's always kind of covering her face. But I'm almost positive she's friends with the Anna because um, they're both from California, I believe, and just like I see them in each other's threads quite a bit. They're at
Who
least
knows?
well, they're both Phantom Menace and they're both smart, beautiful women who
That
don't
doesn't
the woke
that
bullshit.
doesn't mean anything half the time. Women most of the time don't get along with each other.
No, well, they do. No, I've seen them. They're friends. I mean, they're definitely. I mean, maybe just online, but like they're definitely like cool with each other. They got a sisterhood going there for sure. Because she retweets her shit all the time, and when I used to, I don't go to Anna's stuff too often. I support her on YouTube. I'll check her YouTube. On Twitter, I just have so many people now. By the way, dude, I lost a shitload of followers when they did the purge. I was almost at 500 followers. I just checked it today. I'm like at 398, and it wasn't because
Sons of bitches.
yeah, I know. I'm not, whatever. The follower count, it's cool, but whatever. It's like that's a lot, dude. I lost, and that just means they got banned because a lot of I do have left and right people that follow me because I always say I'm not I don't like either of these fucking parties. You know what I mean? Like I don't like them both. So they all feel safe with me, because like as long as they don't say I'm a mega guy, they fucking aren't threatened by me. But if they knew the truth, it's like, hey, there's a lot of shit he did that I agree with. But then there's shit he did that I didn't like. That's how politicians are. You're not supposed to kiss their ass no matter who they are. You're supposed to hold them
Yeah.
accountable. But when I see people getting piled on unfairly, man, like the witch hunt with him, the bullshit in the media, the bullshit that they pulled, yeah, I fucking stuck up for him. And I never liked Donald Trump, dude. Like before he became president, like I thought he was like, yeah, he's a rich New Yorker. He seemed like a stuck up, just like I work with guys like him at the stock market downtown all the time, like not an evil guy, but just in love with himself, and just one of those alpha males. Lots of money came from money. Daddy gave him money, but dude, I was really impressed with the him taking on that kind of a attacks like he did. But the way he went out, man, the way he went out was just how he didn't pardon Assange and Snowden. He disgusted me with that. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what do you have to lose? They're gonna, it's like, what would it cost you? Who is literally putting, like, come on, man. The reason he used to say he got elected because of Assange. Remember, he's like, I love WikiLeaks. And then
Well,
his fucking administration is trying to extradite the guy that helped him get into office because he exposed corruption. Assange did nothing wrong. He's
he
not a
was
U.S.
also controversial for being cool with Alex Jones.
Absolutely, he went on a show one time, and it was a milquetoast interview. He barely. It was a very quick interview, and Alex Jones didn't ask him any hard questions. He didn't ask him like,
Well, this was when he first started running, when he was running for president. Nobody knew he was going to be president then.
I didn't. I totally thought Hillary had in the bag, but I was praying every night, man. Like, please, God, don't. And
I
now,
voted for Gary Johnson, to be honest. I was going to vote for Joe Exotic, but he wasn't on the.
well, yeah, Joe Exotic, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's good, man. Libertarian, but like, yeah, But now that Biden's in, man, and with all the shenanigans that went on, I don't know if we're even allowed to talk about it. They're gonna have to put a little fucking thing on your stream saying the Associated Press has called the election for fucking Biden, right? Like they do for everybody.
I don't give a fuck what they do to me at this point. They're, you know, I'm a small channel. If they fucking cut me off now, it's like, so.
Dude, if they do, you go and meet me. You go and meet
Yep.
me, and you fucking start.
I already set it up.
There you go, brother. Yeah, because actually on Meet Me, like, here's a cool thing about Meet Me also, like, on gambling apps, if you watch commercials, like they'll give you like credits. So like on Meet Me, when you're watching streams, it'll say watch a commercial and get like 10 credits, right? And I'll watch commercials, and that way I can gift people even though I don't have money. And it's like like it racks up your points and shit. So you get a lot of love and a lot, like you'll get like sent like gold records or people like give you beer, gifts and stuff, and like it's worth stuff. You know what I mean? You collect it, and they can give you cash. Like, dude, I'll tell you, Meet Me. I was talking to this guy in California. He's like a Zen California guy. He's called Sugar Nips. He's a cool dude. He's like living in his van. Not because he's broke. He just was like one of those guys. He's been like Tahiti and Hawaii and.
Yeah. I'm planning on moving into a van pretty soon.
Are you?
Yeah.
With you and the wife?
No, just me.
What's going on with you and the wife? You guys cool?
Oh, we're cool. It's just we got two separate lives going on.
Dude, come out here, brother. Come up by me, man. I'll fucking help you out any way I can, brother. Like, I don't know. I know you got buddies out there too, but I'm just saying, like, out here on the south side, you know what I mean, in the south suburbs where I'm at, man, there's opportunity out here. There's jobs out here, and the winters suck like big time out here, man. But there's lots of connections out here. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, man. It would be really cool, man. Like if we could physically hang out and then we could really, do some creative shit together. You know what I mean? I mean, I could do it with you on distance too, but like, I'm just saying, man. I don't know. Go where you want, brother. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna go on the van thing, like that's what this guy does, man. Like he'll work some odd jobs, so to save up money, and then he just streams on Meet Me from his van, and he just like he's really cool, like a Zen California guy, so people feel real comfortable talking to him. I got to meet him through this girl I was, as we say, platonically friends with. I wasn't dating her, Julia, my sweetheart. If you ever hear this, which you better not. We started talking about how I had this blowout with this Julia girl, and she pulled that bullshit with me because like whatever, I don't want to get into it again. But like, anyways, yeah, he was saying like, yeah, man, he's like, I got parents that live here. I just go out on the road and I live in my van, and I enjoy nature. I'm by myself. I get away from the bullshit, and he's in the warmer climate there in California. He'll drive all around and he'll travel around by himself or with friends, and I dig that, man. Like, I'd like to do that. I'd love to. If I become successful, I would definitely like if I get with if me and Julia, she wants to. She really. I mean, every day, bro. I wake up. It's like, how are you, sweetie? Have you eaten that type of stuff? I love you so much. Hugs and kisses, all that stuff. And it's really nice. Like she's the one so far. She's a good woman so far. But I get afraid, man, because it's like, you know, I had that before. I thought, and I I thought 8 years. There's no way. You know what I mean? Like it was going good for 7.5 years. Whatever. It all just one day for nothing I did really. It's like, I'm done with you now. So I'm very gun shy about that kind of shit. But I would definitely like I would definitely love to get like RV and just drive all around to America, parts I haven't seen. You know what I mean? I'm not even concerned about. I'd like to see. I used to want to go to Europe, but now that it's being destroyed and like the whole world's going batshit crazy, even here, obviously, I'd just like to go to places in America that are warm, and if they're, or in the summertime, if they're not warm all year round, like I've been through a lot of America, but I still haven't seen, like I've never been to Colorado. I want to check Colorado out. Don't want to live there, but I like to like drive my RV there, stay there for a couple of weeks or a month or two. Meet some cool people, move on. To the next state I haven't been to. Shit like that. So anyways, if you're talking about going in your van, you just talk about like staying in Vegas in the van.
Yeah, I gotta get some stuff done out here. Yeah, I was just going to because you can camp anywhere out here.
Sure. Yeah. Isn't that where they have that Slab City? Or is that California?
Yeah, that's on the state line.
Is that?
So
Have you ever been there?
no, but there's tons of ghost towns out here. There's actually a guy who's on YouTube who lives in a ghost town.
That's cool, man. That'd be a cool place to broadcast from, a ghost town. See,
Yep.
yeah, man. I've only driven through Nevada. I know I told you this. I hate repeating myself, but I drove through Nevada and I drove through Reno. I didn't make to Vegas. I would like to see Vegas, but like I would love to. I've never when I drove to the desert like that, it was so cool, man. When I drove through the canyons of Wyoming, it was so cool. I mean, I did get to. I drove. I got to go all the way back. Oh shit! I just got a notification. I got another one on a dating app that likes me, dude. I am crushing on these fucking. You would not believe how many hot fucking women, for some reason, like my dumb chubby fucking baby face. It's hilarious. But they
People
don't.
who looks like dads are in right now.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. But that's the funny thing. A lot of them don't understand. Like a lot of because I look young. It's like 30-year-olds. Which I had a 25-year-old that literally like was asked me what she sent me a naughty video. I didn't ask her to. She just did, and she she was like, "What's the youngest you would marry?" And I was like, "Sweetheart, man, I'm fucking 46. You're like 25." And she's so gorgeous, man. And she's like rich. Her daddy's rich, but I can't. This girl Joy, I really like her. So I'm hoping we can make it work. It's working so far, and I don't want to fuck it up. But then again, you know how
That
it
the
is, brother.
girl who wants to marry.
Yeah, that's the Heather Swain one.
Ah,
Yeah, but
well, the only thing I can say about that one is how your kids feel about that.
well, I talked to my
At
daughter
that
about it.
point,
Yeah, I did. I did talk to my daughter about it because I didn't for a while, but then it's like it's been going on for a couple months now, so it's serious, enough. And she stuck around. That's my thing. I kind of do a small test with all these hot women that are coming at me. Like, first off, they ask me for money before we even go out. That no, it's a scam or just how dare you? You're just a prostitute, right? I can go to an honest whorehouse and be guaranteed that shit. I respect that. Sometimes I just think about that. Like, you know what? It'd just be easier just to just pay for women for one night, and because it costs you a lot more in the long run. Just with the whole "I love you" thing. But
totally agree.
yeah, man. I mean, I'll never. I don't feel alone with it, man. I mean, so many marriages don't work out. Some of my friends right now, even if they are married, they're not. Their wives aren't sleeping with them. You know what I mean? They're just doing it for the kids' sake. But to get back to your question, I asked my daughter. She used to always cry because she's an only child. Like me and her mother split after 8 years when she was 6 months old. So I'm like, this woman really, it's going good, and she like always been upfront that she wants to have at least 2 kids, and she says that I'm the one and stuff. She calls me her king and shit. It's hilarious. I call her my queen, but
Damn.
yeah. Well, I told her because I am from like ancient like McLaughlin. You can look up my last name is McLaughlin, and in Wikipedia you can look up my surname. Um, on my father's side, McLaughlin's. We are descended from the is it the O'Leary clan, a Scotch Irish clan of royalty, way back in the day. You know what I mean? Believe me, I have no gold, but way, way, way back. Yeah, my ancestors are from royal lineage, like far back. Yeah, it's true. And my grandma used to tell us that when we were kids. We used to laugh at her. And this is before the internet. We're like, "Yeah, where's our gold, Grandma?" We thought she was drunk. But sure enough, I looked it up on Wikipedia, and we did like I had some of my relatives go to Ireland and do the 20, the fucking 23andMe shit. And I didn't even know we were Scottish. But that's because we're from this Scotch Irish clan of nobility. Far, far
Well, isn't
removed.
Scotland, Ireland, and the UK all on the same fucking island?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, yeah. Ireland's a separate island, but it's a hop, skip, and a jump from England.
Oh,
I believe so. And Scotland, I'm not sure, but yeah, they're basically connected pretty much for the most part. You know what I mean? Uh, but yeah. Anyway, so when I told her that, just because she's Serbian and Irish, and I was like, well, if we had kids, like if we did have kids, they would be little princes and princesses because my ancestors are from Rome. So she always was like, "That's so awesome." And then so she always calls me her king because, and it's just a joke, you know what I mean? But it is true. I mean, I do come from some pretty badass stock, man. My family is pretty fucking cool. We're we're uh we're lovers and we're fighters, man. We're jokesters, but like we don't back down, And I think that's from our great ancestors, I mean, whatever my ancestors were that were nobility, man, they didn't get that way because they took shit, you know. They adapted and overcame, and we always are very good about that kind of stuff, passing it down, And so, anyways, I asked my daughter Maddie, I'm like, you always told me you wanted a brother or sisters. What about it? She's like, well, now that I'm 19, like, no, but I want you to be happy. So she's cool with it, man. And if it happened, like, I mean, she would be thrilled. She would love it. Like, she loves my brothers and my sister's kids, her niece and nephews. You know what I mean? Like, she loves little kids. So yeah, she'd be fine with it. I checked out with her first. Once I realized this was serious and I did start falling for this girl, I did have to, I always go to my daughter. I mean, she's my royal princess, and I love her, and she's doing great, man. She's getting straight A's, bro, in college. She's crushing it, man. She's fucking A student. Her first, even through the COVID bullshit and her having to like fucking do Zoom classes from home. She wanted to her first year of college, and she got screwed out, but she didn't get her prom because of COVID. It's a fucking scam. She's terrified of COVID. I can't talk her out of being scared about it. She's not scared of her getting sick, but she lives with her mother and grandfather right now. And she can't live with the dorm. She's like thinks she's gonna get it and like kill grandma and grandpa. Like hurt my mom and hurt her mother's father. And I'm like, sweetie, you can't live like that. I'm like, anytime he leaves the house, I mean, like you would never know if it was you. You just can't do that. You know what I mean? But she's very paranoid about that stuff, and it's been really heartbreaking for me as a father. I know a lot of shit I have to deal with. I never thought the world would go this fucking crazy this fast. And not just with COVID, you know what I mean? Like, with
just
all the
over a guy they didn't like.
yeah. But even before him, man, once Obama got in, that's when they really started doing the race pimping and the fucking brainwashing these kids, about, rewriting history, you know what I mean? Only telling, or at least only telling one side of it, leaving shit out that's very vital information. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The thought of burning books was unthinkable. You know what I mean? And now that they can do it digitally, now that everything's on a disk, and everything's on a cloud, they can just disappear. Where before they couldn't do that. You know what I mean? Back when I was a kid, the books that they told you can't read this book, like the Anarchist Cookbook, that we all had to read it because when you tell a teenager you can't read something, you can find a copy. But with the internet, man, they can really disappear this shit. They can disappear it. And kids don't read books, these days hardly, right? So yeah, and then
No,
with the
they
COVID
don't read anything. If they read anything, their fucking minds would be blown. I fucking read Jaws just recently. Damn, that book's more pornographic and more gory.
which book?
Jaws.
Yeah, dude, didn't like Quinn have an affair with Brody's wife in that book?
Yes, and they describe how he's fucking her. And he's like, yeah, he pound her, thrust her harder and harder, and she screams in pain to slow down or some shit like that. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, I
And
read.
then there was a part of the beginning that was kind of funny where they're describing the dead body on the beach, which was more gorier, and they're like talking about how the breast was torn off and looks like a smashed flower in a
Ugh.
book, and then all the cops start throwing up, and Brody goes fuck it and starts throwing up too.
Man, the movie was better that they didn't go there because I liked that Brody's wife was cool and she wasn't a whore. I mean, the book sounds. I mean, was Brody a dick? Why was she cheating with him on Quint? Was Brody and her like?
Well, because in the book she was a socialite, and basically she married him because she had a little crush on him, and they got pregnant. He was like fucking 15 years
Brody?
older than her in the book. Yeah,
No, well, Quint in the movie is an old
and
fucking guy.
Quinn was actually an ex boyfriend of hers little brother.
Okay. By the way, it's Quint. It's got a T at the end.
No, oh, Quint wasn't Quint the shark hunter?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
Quint in the book wasn't even a character at all. He was basically like Captain Ahab, and his death sucked in the book.
Oh, I didn't know it was Dust sucked in the movie too, man. I mean, he went down hardcore. It
Well,
was.
I mean, all he did was in the book. All he did is his leg got caught in a rope, and he sunk with the ship
Oh,
and
okay.
drowned. Jaws didn't get him. The
See,
ending fucking sucked in the book too.
I know
When I got
I
to the
read
ending, I
some.
was like, "That's it."
Well, I'm gonna have to read that, man. I'm glad you brought that up. I read all that stuff. I read the Exorcist book. I had to read the book after I saw the movie, and actually, the book is pretty accurate to the movie, except for there's no way. I mean, what William Peter Blatty did with the voice sounds and all the the special effects that doesn't come through in the book. But the book has some pretty creepy stuff, and it's like there's a lot of like descriptions of like the smell of excrement in the room. You know,
Yeah.
like, very vivid description of like very disgusting things, and it was more of a detective, spooky story. It was nothing like I mean. It was like, but yeah, when you see the movie, you get it. It's like yeah, they can never put this into the book form. How intense the movie is. The movie is just made to fuck with your mind, man. I mean, that's what made it so good. It was just like when I was a kid, it's like, wait a minute, like God will let the devil just take innocent little girls that did nothing wrong or boys, and priests would tell me, yeah, this shit really happens, but it's they would try to explain it like, well, it's the constant battle between God and Satan, and God always wins. You know what I mean? Like innocent children, of course, won't do that. But in the book, she was playing with the Ouija board. I think it was like she got into the cult on her own, kind of decision. So, but little kids, still, man, it's like that. Little kids,
Well, for a story structure, that would kind of make more sense, like in a
right,
movie like Exorcist, because like, okay, how did she get possessed? It just
right,
happened for no reason.
yeah. But there are cases, man, like the Exorcist.
Stigmata.
The Exorcist was well, that's the good stuff. But like The Exorcist was based on a boy. It was based on a true story, and it was a boy, and the boy had an aunt who was into seancing and shit. So every time I've read about these, supposed real life cases of exorcism, I've never seen one. I want to see one. It does always seem like a door was open with the occult every time. It's not like just the devil just gets to take a kid for no reason. Something went on in the home before they got there, or the kids messed with the occult and the parents weren't watching. But yeah, creepy shit, man. I told you, man. I had a horrible experience with the Ouija boards. I never liked them. My sisters fucked around with them when I was a kid, and they had really bad, weird. My two sisters did. Two of my sisters did. One stopped because she got too spooked out, and the other one kept going with it, and her life was like irrevocably, changed by that. She's fine today, but she went through hard times because of that. And then when I had an apartment when I was 20 years old, my friends, we had a big party. They wanted to pull out a Ouija board. My roommate had one, and I didn't even know. And I didn't whatever. We had girls over. We had, I was, God, dude, it was a great night, man. I was making out with this hot babe. We had the music jamming, and my apartment was packed. I was 20 years old. And then they want to put it to Ouija board. I'm like, I don't want that fucking shit, in here, man. And me and my roommate had a deal where, hey, man, we're roommates, so we both have to agree, we're a team. So I said, all right, man. He brought that up, like that. But the deal is that we got to agree. So let's work this out. I said, okay, if you want to fucking play with that thing, I'm gonna tell you, my sister fucked with this shit, and she had really bad shit happen. She got answers to things that nobody else could know. She got phone numbers, she got all kinds of stuff that I'm telling you, man. There's no way it was an accident. But said if you insisting on doing it, because they're like, they used to call me Magoo. They're like, you're fucking crazy, Magoo. Like you do backflips off fucking Corey Canyons into like you're fucking afraid of Ouija board. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I don't fuck with the supernatural, man, unless it's something good like God. Anyway, so I said, you go in your room and you shut the door. That way, if you unleash something, it's in that fucking room, and I don't ever go in his room, right? So they go in the room, right? They're in the room for about 10 minutes, fucking around with the Ouija board. And we're all out partying, man. And I'm literally just about to get laid. Literally just got laid with one of these girls I used to see. And they come out of the room, and the music's still jamming. And I'm like, yay. My buddy Paco was in there with him. I'm like, what did it say? What did the Ouija board say? And I'm just kind of laughing off. I'm fucked up. I didn't like it, but whatever. I figured, people just fuck with each other all the time. And a lot of times stuff does happen. And he goes, they said there was a demon in the room, dude. He was a Mexican guy. He's a really cool guy. Like, there was a demon in the room. And he was laughing. And I go, that ain't fucking good, man. I go, that's not good at all. I was hoping you were going to say nothing happened. Dude, not even like after I finished my sentence of saying like that ain't fucking good, man. And they were laughing at me. The phone rings, right? Ring. My roommate Steve answers the phone, and I've told this story on YouTube in comments, like don't fuck with Ouija boards, and people don't believe me. But everybody, I have like 1,000 witnesses. I had a big party night. Everybody saw this happen. As soon as they laughed at me for saying that ain't good, the phone rings. My roommate answers the phone. Remember, it was his room they went into. There was a demon in the room. That's what the board said. My roommate, all of a sudden, it's like somebody stabbed to the heart. He goes, don't fucking say that, dude. Don't fucking say that, right? He's like, don't fucking say that. And he fucking, he's like, I, you could tell it's something horrible just happened. He hangs up the phone. I knew something was wrong. And, my brother, I'm right there for my brother. I'm like, oh, Steve, what's going on, brother? What the fuck just happened? He goes, that was my sister, dude. My dad's dead. Now, dude, what are the fucking odds of that, man? I'm not saying a demon killed his dad. His dad died of an alcohol overdose, and his dad was not like a chronic alcoholic. His dad got laid off from Sears, and he drank himself to death. It was tragic. But I think that, because I believe in the supernatural, just demons do know things, and fucking they were mocking him because they knew, like, fucking, it was, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't that because he played the Ouija board, his dad died. But when you know what I mean? My sister played with that shit, and she had bad experiences. And then the first time my fucking roommate and then playing with that shit, he gets a phone call, and his dad is gone. And then the party left. I didn't get laid that night. I just spent the next 3 days, like, consoling him and hugging him, man, and crying with him. And that's the thing, man. It's like people laugh at me when I say don't fuck with those things. Like, yeah, I got some stories to tell you why I don't. And then when I tell them that, they either say I'm lying or they're like, well, it was just they just don't. And I'm like, fine, then go play with them. I'm just giving you a warning, man. You can call me a fool all you want. I'm just telling you, man. I've never seen good shit come from that. I've never seen fucking good shit from people fucking get caught. You know what I mean? Maybe it's good at first for them, but it usually ends up bad. You know what I mean? So why fucking do it? I don't know. It just ain't for me, man. I do believe, if I believe in God, I gotta believe in the dark side too. So I try and stay away from it, man. Like I study like the dark side from afar, from a safe distance. I mean, like I'll read books and I'll watch documentaries and all that, and I'll talk to priests about the dark side and stuff, but so that I can avoid it. You know what I mean? I don't like it. I don't dabble in it. I just learn about it so I can avoid it because I've had people I really cared about and love have messed up our life. Luckily, we had went to the house when I was a kid. That was the thing when my sisters played. And I did because I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a Park Bros game. Me and my friends did dabble with it, but we didn't do it right. So thank God nothing happened. And it was boring. I'm like, this is dumb. I'm like, what the fuck? This is dumb. There's a bunch of letters and we put our hands on this thing and I'm like, we were moving. You know what I mean? Like we didn't read the instructions, so we just like, okay, we'll put our hands on it and like because nothing happened. Like, I played a joke on my friend. I took my hamstring and my hamster bone and put it under a blanket, so he thought like something real was happening because he just saw a ball moving under a fucking blanket. He's like, oh my god, there's a ghost, But like I was lucky, dude. I could have fucking brought something back,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how do you feel about it? Do you believe in that stuff? Like, do you think the Ouija boards are?
I don't know. I never tried it myself. My wife, she
Mhm.
believes she's a witch. So
Who?
my wife,
She believes she's a witch? Like, in what way?
yeah,
Like, she's a Wiccan? She practices Wiccan?
not Wiccan, something else. I don't know. I really don't know.
Well, to each their own. I'm just saying. I mean, I know you said you were born again Christian or something, right?
Yeah, well, I met her when I was an atheist,
Well, dude,
so I,
man, like, dude, study Padre Pio, bro. Padre Pio was a saint that just like Saint Pio now, but he was the last like saint that I know of that like he like could like he had the stigmata and like he was able to like heal people and do miracles, and like doctors document it, man. Like there's like you can actually look up like the doctors like looking at the stigmata and they, like his handprint bleeding. Like he was like the last saint that was doing the kind of stuff that the apostles were, after Christ, endowed with the Holy Spirit. And he didn't die that long ago. He was from Italy. He was a confessor priest, so he was just like you go into confession, and he became so famous for his miracles that people were lined up to just to go to confession with him. And actually, like he was able to like buy location where he could like heal people like without being there because they would pray um, the rosary and stuff and or pray for his help. And like he literally he was attacked by the devil. If you read his story, he was so devout, that the other priests would hear like horrible like they'd see him all beat up and stuff, and they'd hear like stuff would fly around. The devil didn't like him because he was saving people. So yeah, I do believe, man. I think there's something to it. I don't. A lot of organized religion. I know the Catholic Church with the scandals. They just it disgust me. I can't go in there now. Like
yeah,
to me, that's what I mean. Like it's very hard for me. It's very hard for me because there's a lot of good Catholics. What I mean. Not all priests are pedophiles. I've met a lot of good priests. My aunt, my
yeah.
grand.
Not all priests are pedophiles. I agree about that.
Right. And my great aunt was a nun. She was the sweetest, kindest lady you ever met in your life. All she did was help other people. She died a happy, very holy woman. You know what I mean? But with what this Pope is saying, you know what I mean, and the fact the Pope just advocated, this vaccine which has aborted baby cells in there. I mean, how can the Catholic Church endorse a fucking shot that has dead babies in it that they say you shouldn't do? It's crazy, man.
Because
And
Pope Francis is trying to get clout.
oh, he's compromised. He's corrupt, man. He's part of that Jesuit Black Squad creepy thing cult, man. I don't know. He's not. He's not a. And that's the thing too. People think like with Catholics, like, oh, you guys worship the Virgin Mary, and you think the Pope. No, we don't. It's like when you pray to Mary, you're not praying to Mary. Actually, it's like when you say the Rosary, you're asking her to pray for you. And I'm like, don't you ever there's so much misunderstandings about Catholicism. It's like, do you ever ask, you ever have your parents die and you go to heaven like, hey, Dad, or your Aunt Martha that passed away, can you pray for me or have her put a good word for me? That's the same thing we do with Mary. It's like it does have favor with God. He chose her to be the mother of his incarnate Son. So the Rosary says, Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners. It doesn't say you are God. It's literally just asking her to pray for us. We know that Christ is Lord and Savior. There's never been a doubt. The statues are just like artwork. You know what I mean? And it's all through the power of Christ. And the Pope, we know there's been all kinds of corrupt popes. You know what I mean? We do just because one pope said like, I am the vicar of Christ. Therefore, like I am God. He was just a fucking dirty pope. He was wrong. Like
Yeah,
so, the
just because
Protestants,
some
yeah,
Christians did slavery. Guess what?
yeah,
Other religions had slavery too, and Christians were slaves too. I mean, hell, even if you look in history, there was that one motherfucker who made fucking Christians into candles.
that's right, man. And and don't get me wrong, there's a lot of Christians that do like follow the Pope word for word. You know what I mean? But that's because they believe that not that he's God, but God is like, you know, um,
And
speaking
what
through
was it?
him.
What was it? Fucking UK was at war with Ireland at one time because they didn't want to fucking be Catholics.
Yeah, the Catholic Church had all kinds of scandals and corrupt, awful things, but like the Catholic Church used to be like the government of the. It was like
Sorry, my dog is ready to kill something.
I could hear it, bro. Yeah, man, that's a good guardian. But
No,
yeah,
he's useless. He just wants to bark for the sake of barking.
well, still that'll scare off people, man. If a bad guy knows you have a dog, he's more likely to move on to some anybody who does it. They're much better than I've had
Depends how high my robber is. He could be high on meth and with a machete and just come in here and chop my dog's head off and eat him.
well, I don't think you get very far past you if that was the case.
I hope not.
My daughter, my daughter still has a Shih Tzu. She had the two Shih Tzus. Toby died. He's the cutest dog. Those dogs, they're small dogs. They can't hurt you, but those dogs, man, they can smell your intent, man. Like they would lay at the foot of my daughter's bed, like laid like in a circle with each other for warmth. It was so cute. They're brothers. They're purebred Shih Tzus too. They're awesome. Anytime there was anybody outside who was a bitch, hey, those dogs were roar at the fucking window, like, look, to us, like, look, master, like that fucking bad guy. And every time it was somebody who was just a sweet, normal person, they wouldn't bark. Like, those dogs were smart, man. Trevor is still alive, and he's the same way. My ex, my ex, that's the thing, man. I do, I always love her. You know what I mean? Like, she, I get along with her now better because my daughter's not a little kid anymore, so we don't have the same kind of drama. But my ex was just so heartbroken because, like, she only has my daughter, and I only have my daughter. So our dogs, when she got Toby and Trevor, those were like our babies too. And I did work with my ex as much as I could, throughout my daughter's growing up. And losing Toby was like losing my, I never had a son, and Toby was like my boy, man, and he was just I got to be with him from a puppy, raise him from a puppy, help like raise him, and it just crushed me, man. But Trevor is still there, and he's so sad because he doesn't have his brother anymore, but he still guards my daughter like a lion, and that's the thing, man. I always thought like I should get a big guard dog, for my daughter and her mother. But these dogs were, they're like cute little Ewoks. They're funny. Dude, this dog could give you a high five. Toby can get, and Trevor, they like, if you say high five, they really put their paw and give you a high five, not just give me paw. If you say give me paw, my daughter trained them within like a day. That's all it took. They would roll over, they would give you a high five, they'll sit pretty, they fucking speak. You say speak, they'll bark. Like, it's hilarious, man. Like, they're just, Shih Tzus are the coolest like breed, like most people know about. Like, I know a lot of guys, like big dogs, and I like big dogs too. Don't get me wrong, but like my next dog I'm gonna get, it's gonna be a Shih Tzu, and I want it just like Toby. He was like white with black. He just, oh my gosh, dude, it's like having a little teddy bear. It's just, but a badass teddy bear, like literally, like a baby bear that really can't do much damage, but he knows when something's up. He's ready to go. So you got a picture.
No, German Shepherd and Jack Russell.
That's a great mix, man. German Shepherds are great dogs.
Oh, it's not a mix. One's a German Shepherd, the other's a Jack Russell.
Okay, Jack Russell Terrier?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got two of them. Okay, those are both great breeds. I think I love every breed. I'm not really a big fan of Chihuahuas. Not that they're not sweet dogs, but like I can pretty, I think maybe because I see Paris Hilton wearing, as an accessory in a purse. It's like Chihuahuas.
There
Not
was
much.
this one lady I knew. She had an awesome Chihuahua. Thing
Yeah.
loved to fetch.
Yeah, they're cute dogs. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying like when I always think of like just the kind of dog I like wouldn't be the type I'd normally buy. I'd rescue one. Don't get me wrong. So if my daughter just had to have one, I'd give in. But like I'm hooked on Shih Tzus, dude, forever now. I just love those. I just love that breed so much. I had a Yorkshire Terrier at my house when I was a kid called Hobbles, and she was a great dog, great fucking dog. But also, just like with Yorkie Terriers, Shih Tzus, they don't shed, so you don't got to clean up the hair, and they stay small enough where you can bathe them in the sink. You know what I mean? So they're smart
That's
as
a good
fuck.
thing.
Smart as fuck. Yeah, they don't shed. They're so smart that they get pretty very quickly. And yeah, they literally look like Ewoks, man. It's like having your own little baby Ewok. It's fucking hilarious. They crack you up, man. You can't be in a bad mood when those things start being clowny. And
My Jack Russell fucking sheds everywhere.
yeah, that can be a problem, man. Yeah, that's. I had a boxer, a white boxer actually. That's why I got her, because she was a purebred, but like because she was born white, which is normally boxers aren't. They couldn't use her as a show dog. It was from a breed of show dog stock. So my brother just gave him gave her to me as a gift. He's like, "You want a free prize boxer?" I'm like, "Yeah, why's it free?" He's like, "Because it was born white and not pygmy, just white coat, which is just so they couldn't. This lady bred dogs for show, so you see like the perfect, everything. And then
Mhm.
my mom took her sister, and that dog was a great dog, man. Very smart dog, very very loyal dog. I loved Groucho, but I had to give her away because I moved in an apartment, didn't take pets, broke my heart. I was just a kid. I was like 20.
Damn.
Yeah, but you know what? I gave her to a rich lady from out here in the south side, a very rich area, and she was my sister-in-law's friend, so I got to visit with her, and she got great medical care. So it wasn't like I gave her away to a stranger and never got to see her again. But it was so hard, man. It was like I wanted to keep her, but I didn't come from money, man. Just yeah, I my family. When you're 18, if you don't go to college, you pay rent. I used to work, when we were kids. I had paper routes. I always worked. When I had 6 kids, 7 kids in my family. Like we all just had to, provide for ourselves as much as possible. My parents, my mother always make sure we had a roof over our head and we had food in the fridge. You know, sometimes, because my old man, his shenanigans, he was bad. Okay, like there wouldn't be food in the fridge. Once, or there wouldn't be much, or like we come home, the lights would be out. But my mom kept the shit together. My mom's like a saint. But like, yeah, like we all work like that. But that's the thing. Like, so I was a young guy, and my apartment I was at let me have Groucho, and then I moved into a house in Homewood, or sorry, we're close to Homewood out here. And it doesn't matter like where Homewood is, but like, it was a nice area. I got to keep him, but then they sold the house that we were renting, and I was renting a room out of, and then only place I could find would not let me have a pet. It's the only place I had to live somewhere, or I'd be fucking homeless. I couldn't even like go stay with my mom because she wasn't allowed to have pets in her apartment. So that was it. It was like either give her away to a stranger and never see her again, or at least give her away to somebody I'd be able to visit with her. So that was good. So I didn't have to be around when she died, and I gave her somebody that spoiled her rotten and like got her great vet care that I wouldn't have been able to give her at that age. You know what I mean? I didn't start making decent money until I was 24. I always worked a lot of shit jobs. Um, when I was at the stock market, man, like I'd get promoted to phone clerk. $32,000 a year back then, but the company would be liquidated like after like a month or two. It was like anytime I get promoted when I worked at exchanges, I was making I was as a runner. They pay you minimum wage. You make shit. You start off as a runner, just running tickets, around the pit, and that's how everybody starts. That's fine. But taking the train downtown when you're making minimum wage, that's
Sorry, on my telephone.
oh, that's okay.
Ah, shit.
Are you saying you got a phone call?
No. I'm using Streamlabs through my telephone. So,
Anyways,
because my computer broke, so
yeah, well, it looks fine. I can see it, man. I can see the avatar there.
my shit goes in and out.
Yeah, you know what, man? Actually, it's weird because my avatar. Where is that, man? I have my. How do I change my avatar? Let me see. Cam. There it is.
Go.
Yeah, that's my Bruce Lee, Brandon Lee. I love this fucking picture, man. I forgot who did this artwork, but I was like, oh man, this is awesome. And then I get my ad money for stream. So, yeah. So since we're doing your comic show here, anyways, we've been talking life, but like, yeah, fill me in on EBS, man. I haven't been able to follow him as much because I've been so busy. I've had just with some personal tragedy kind of stuff going on, so I haven't been checking in as much with all the fun stuff as much. Although I did see EBS stream the other night for a little bit where he's wearing an Uncle Sam outfit. Are you still
Yeah.
Are you still following EBS and Narwhal pretty regularly or no?
Not as regular as I should because I've been staying up all night lately.
Doing what? Just drawing?
Yeah, trying to draw, trying to get better.
That's great, man. What what kind of like are you following like mailing stuff? Like what are you like reading right now comic wise?
Oh, comic wise?
Yeah, like anything new
Right
right?
now I just read books.
That's cool too, man. Well,
Like I said, just read Jaws recently. I read The Never Ending Story a lot.
dude, I want to read those books. And by the way, like I see your stream like EBS. EBS talks about pop culture. It's not all comics. I mean, like we do talk about like he talks about books and movies. Actually, he talks about movies. Man. What did you think of the new Justice League trailer, man? I think it looks fucking awesome. I really do. I'm a big fan of Zack Snyder. I know it gets a lot of hate. I didn't think Batman and Superman was as good as I want it to be, but I liked Man of Steel, man. I love the Christopher Reeve one. I know that
I liked Man of Steel. I did like Batman and Superman for the most part. I did not like the third act, but I did like the first and second one.
and I liked Aquaman. Like I like James Wan is one of my favorite directors. And but this
I
Zack,
skipped Aquaman. I really
did you?
did.
Oh, you like it. I think you like it, man, dude. I mean, it's hard to make a movie about the ocean. You know what I mean? Like with Aquaman, it's hard to do on
It's
film.
just it's an animated movie basically. Yeah, it's set underwater in the ocean, and all it is just CG effects everywhere. I
But
mean,
then,
I
you know what, though, man? I think it's not as, dude. Listen, I saw it in the theater, and it was fucking awesome. I loved it, and it's not all in the water. Like there's when you and there's scenes in the movie. A lot of the scenes where like they have bubbles, so they're in Atlantis, but it's not like they're always in water. So there's scenes where they're on like inside a bubble under the sea, or
yeah,
where they're in the water. They make it so that it doesn't look like they're you know in the water so much, like where they're talking, there's bubbles coming out because they're fish people, right? They can do that. So
yeah.
like, and there's the thing about his father on land. I'm just saying, I thought it was as good. I don't know how you can do Aquaman much better. I was never a big fan of the comic. I liked him, but like Aquaman was never like the most popular. Like some people are diehard Aquaman fans. Don't get me wrong, but Aquaman never had the pull that Spider-Man or Superman, uh, did. You know what I mean? Like those kind of Batman. You know what I'm saying? Aquaman was always involved in the Justice League. Don't get me wrong, but on his own, I'm just saying it's like all the Marvel and DC characters. Let's face it, Aquaman was not had the clout that Batman and Superman did in DC. And the Flash even. I mean, it's like Aquaman was you know. It was a niche market somewhat, I think, but they did a good job in the movie. You'd like it. And, anyways, have you seen the new Justice League trailer, the Snyder cut?
I did. Um, I'm
What'd you
looking
think?
forward to the Snyder Cut.
Dude, I am so pumped, man. I sent a gift to what Zack Snyder, when he posted it, I got a bunch of retweets. I was like, I'm like the movie I wanted but never got, because the Justice League, the Whedon one sucks so bad. I go, this is the movie I wanted to but never got, and I'm like, thank goodness for you, Zack Snyder. I'm like, a true hero never quits, and here did you. I love that he fucking is getting this done, that he beat the studio. And I like, even though I hated Jared Leto's Joker in the fucking Suicide Squad movie, I gotta admit, man, at the very end of the trailer where he turns and it's him,
Yeah.
and dude, you know what that was? That means he just team up with Batman to fight Apocalypse.
Well, I
And
give Jared Leto when he was doing the previews, he had his mindset that he was going off some really serious material because when he was posing for the cover of The Killing Joke. The outfits and the costumes he was wearing was looked like stuff that Frank Miller designed off of Dark Knight Returns.
yeah,
So I was kind of like, okay, that's kind of cool. The tattoos are dumb, but I can get off the vibe that Jared Leto's trying to do. He's trying to go off of really.
I didn't like the grills. I didn't like the grills. He looked more like a what I mean. But like the way he looked in the Snyder cut, little sneak peek, that looked more like the Joker. And you could tell it was in the future. He had the white makeup on, and he just had like the bloody mouth look. He looked more intimidating. He just looked silly with the grills on. And yeah, like his whole thing was like you don't want to offend me, whatever. I just didn't like the way he talked in Suicide Squad. But in the Justice League, I was like, ooh, that's what they should. That looks cool. And obviously, yeah, man, the Joker cannot compete with Apocalypse. Sorry, Darkseid, I should say. Um, he can't. The Joker is not going to be able to fucking play his crazy shit with Darkseid. So he's always going to have to team up and help out because he loves his little game with Batman. You know what I mean? Obviously, that's always been the thing, right? Hello? I don't know if my mic cut out, but it looks
Oh.
like.
Oh,
Oh,
all I was gonna say is I think Jared Leto had a different mindset of what he was gonna play as the Joker, and David Ayer came up and goes, "No, I want you to do it this way. You're gonna wear this tattoos and have the stupid makeup and do what the script does." And he was just like, "Fuck you! I'm just gonna pretend to be Jim Carrey
yeah,
playing as Ace Ventura, playing as the Joker," and that's what we
right.
got.
Yeah, actors are, dude. Yeah, actors don't get to have that much say, man. Especially something like that. I mean, even the directors get interference from the studio. But I like the way he looked in Justice League. And dude, Darkseid looks fucking awesome in that. And the Green Lantern is going to show up in there too, man. Don't forget about that. Like this
Mm-hmm.
fucking thing is going to be cool. The Snark. It's going to be like 5 hours, dude. So like, it's going to be an epic. And it was supposed to be a trilogy anyway. So like, if it's the hit, it's going to be, and it's going to be, man. We might get, like the whole three thing, man. You know what I mean? Like, because that's the thing. Snyder, the Justice League movie was supposed to be a three series, you know.
Well, if
So this,
Snyder comes back, maybe we'll get the universe that Snyder had planned. That's what I'm hoping for. Because Snyder had this whole different plan until his daughter died.
right, and the studios, because Batman vs Superman didn't perform like they hoped it would, it still made money, but not. These studios. We wanted to make 10 billion, it only made 2 billion. Type of crazy bullshit, greedy fuckers. But
Well, of course, it didn't make money because didn't make as much money as they wanted because they paid more money on the hype and
right,
the advertising. If they didn't spend as much as the advertising, they probably would have got more.
man, dude, that was when wasn't it when the somebody's coming? There's doggies. Wasn't that when the I remember that that's when The Force Awakens was coming out. I remember like Zack Snyder was working on Batman vs Superman, and everybody was pumped about The Force Awakens because remember like they put the Millennium on the like they did little jokes with each other where they hit like the Millennium Falcon like upside down on the Batmobile and vice versa in the Star Wars movie, something like that going on. There was two huge epic movies going on at that time. But yeah, back to Man of Steel, dude. I don't know why people like Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. I understand people hate him. It's like you can't do the Christopher Reeve Superman today. It's just, what I mean. I just like EVS. He's always going to be my favorite Superman, Christopher Reeve. Those movies were magical for me. I grew up seeing them in the theater, just EVS. I saw, what I mean, like I was that kid too. But like they tried doing that with the Brandon Routh one, and that movie sucked. I mean, it was barely any good action. I mean, I really hated that Bryan Singer one. And the Henry Cavill is the best Superman. I think he's great. And I hate how they're like, oh, he's murder man. He murdered people. No, he didn't. First off, he was not Superman yet as we know him. Like he was still young and confused. He was just starting out. He was fighting Zod, like, trying to save the planet. You know what I mean? And they wanted to be like the Christopher Reeve movies, like, no, the people where everybody got saved, not a brick and a person. No, that's unrealistic in today's movies. Like that's been done in this Christopher Reeve ones. And with Zod, man, like Zod was like, if you don't kill me, I'm gonna just keep. That's what he did. Zod forced him to fucking snap his neck. You know what I mean? He wasn't gonna be able to trap him
Yeah.
and force him solitude, right?
I had no problem with that because Superman, in the history when he began, he was a mass murderer.
Yes,
Let's
he
just
was.
be honest. He was a
That
mass murderer. And I was convinced this in arguments before where I was like, he demolished the whole metropolis. In every single fucking Superman animated series, he was
yeah,
destroying buildings just the same. So
right.
I can't, I can't complain about that. My biggest complaint
Yeah.
and was his secret identity never fucking mattered in the whole fucking movie. I mean, you got the part where Lois Lane's running with every single federal agent to his mom's house, yelling "Clark!" So what was the point of fucking
Yeah, they
John
did
Wayne
get
even dying in the tornado if his secret identity? And the first time he meets Lois Lane, he's fucking fighting off a robot that she enters the cave following him. And it's like,
yeah,
okay, so she's gonna know for who he is from the start.
right.
No point there.
The
Doesn't
robot,
matter.
the robot stabbed her right, and then he had to cauterize her wound. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So there was no secret identity, and me going into Batman v Superman. The whole thing that was going in my head is, okay, so the government knows who he is. So now he's playing payback. That makes a lot of sense. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, well,
But no, they play off like nobody knows who the fuck he is.
well,
Clark
no.
Kent.
Well, remember at the end of Man of Steel, man, they tried to find his Fortress of Solitude with the drone. He fucked up the drone, and if you're trying to find out where to hang my cape, you're not gonna. That wasn't really the Fortress of Solitude. That was just where the ship was, but he moved it. I thought that's what they were implying. So Lois really doesn't know where the Fortress of Solitude is, or if she found his identity.
But they know where his mother is. Everybody knows where his mother is. He brought every single federal agent to the Kent farm. His name is Clark Kent. He works at the newspaper. What's the point of being Clark Kent?
Are you talking about Man of Steel or Batman vs
Both
Superman?
of them.
Okay,
Both of them.
I remember the federal agents go to his mom's farm.
Yeah, there's a scene where he's in a fight with Zod, and I forget what it is. Clark Kent crashes at the farm or what, and then Lois Lane shows up out of nowhere screaming Clark, and then you see all these police lights and military vehicles behind her, and it's like
that's right. You're right. That's so fascinating. But you know what, man? I'll devil's advocate this. They were destroying the planet, man. Like fucking, it was like I don't think it really. It was like the planet's about. They had to change the climate. Like it was like a dark side attack, man. It was like the whole planet was fucked either way. Like
I get that, but the ending where fucking he's riding his bike as Clark Kent, getting his first day at the job, meeting Lois. Oh, I'm Clark Kent, dude.
Yeah, but
everybody fucking knows it's you. Why?
Yeah,
at that point, what's the fucking point?
That was always the joke, though, with Superman. Always, even with the Christopher Reeve, it was like it's just Superman with glasses. But
the way they're playing it off is like,
yeah, you're right.
Why there shouldn't be a Clark Kent? Just like how they killed Jimmy Olsen pointlessly. It's like, okay, this is Jimmy Olsen. He's gonna die. It's a great comic book, movie thing, but it's like, okay, if you're gonna do that to Jimmy Olsen, then what's the point in even featuring him?
Yeah, true enough. Yeah, you're right. That's always that, dude. If I had to direct, if I was ever privileged enough to direct a Superman movie and be able to start fresh with it, that would be my hardest thing. Is the whole, Superman just acts like a nerd, puts on glasses and a fedora hat, and he's not gonna be known. And maybe that would work, but working with Lois Lane, like, of course she's gonna know it's him, man. I mean, it's the same face, right? Like, even the Christopher Reeve one, she's like, when he takes off his glasses, oh, wait a minute. With your glasses off, now I realize you're Superman. You know what I mean? It's like if Bruce Wayne pulled that shit, you know what I mean? Like if Batman fucking was just, that was the difference. He just walked around with no mask on, and then he just put on glasses, when he was Bruce Wayne. I don't think it would go off very well.
Exactly. And what really worked when Frank Miller did this is Bruce Wayne was an alcoholic.
Right.
So Bruce Wayne was always pretending to be drunk. So when they always suspected Bruce Wayne, they're like, that fucking drunk? That guy can't even drive his car straight.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah. Well, dude, the fact that we're gonna get this Snyder Cut, we're gonna get another Superman movie. I was also bummed that I did like Shazam as well. I like Shazam. I'm looking forward to the sequels. People are like, oh, it's
no.
I was pissed that Superman, they didn't make him. And I was pissed that they just didn't give Henry Cavill the dough to get in the movie. Like, come on, just give him the dough. It was his agent, but anyway,
Shazam's going down the toilet. You heard the news about Shazam.
Yeah, Black Adam, right?
Yep, now it's Shazam.
What are you talking about?
They changed the name to Shazam.
No, they changed the. Dude, I saw the trailer.
They changed the name to Shazam. It's gonna be Shazam.
Why the fuck would they do that?
Because The Rock wants a Shazam because he doesn't want to be the Black Adam.
Oh, is that a woke thing? Is that like a woke thing, right? Like,
yep.
Oh, we call him black? Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, The Rock's like fucking like half Hawaiian, right? It's like, Oh my gosh, man, how fucking crazy, dude. Shazam? That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard, man. Well, okay,
Shazam.
the Black Adam, you know what I mean? Whatever, man. But when I see a sequel to this, I like the movie Shazam. You know what I mean? And when I'm looking forward to a sequel to the Shazam movie. Black Adam, you know, I know he's cool in the comics. I like him a bit. You know what I mean? I used to love the, dude. I loved the. There was a '70s TV shows of Shazam that it looks really shitty and dated now. But when I was a kid, you were so you know, when I was a kid in that era in the 70s when Superman came out, and I was very little, everybody was so hungry for more Superman. That's all you got. You had a Saturday morning Shazam show, and I loved that shit. I was like, oh my, how I got a Shazam was by that show, and then the Greatest American Hero came out, and then you watch Today Tuesday, but I watched that show every Wednesday night with my brother Mike, man. Every Wednesday night at 7:30 on ABC, we fucking watched Greatest American Hero. Never missed one episode. I got all 3 seasons on DVD. So that was like it was. By the way, Superman people tried to sue the Greatest American Hero, which is so dumb. They lost in court because it's nothing like Superman. You know, like the flying scenes weren't even taken like with what Donner did. They did it differently. A lot of it was like he was jumping. I mean, have you seen the show The Greatest American Hero in the '80s?
No.
Oh, brother, I think you'd like it, man. Basically, it's the coolest story, man. And this was that's the thing. Like he's this guy. He's a teacher for like juvenile delinquents. He's Ralph. His name was Ralph Hinckley, and they changed it to Ralph Hinkle because Hinckley was the guy that shot Reagan when the show was heading there. So
Mm-hmm.
he literally changed his name from Ralph Hinckley to Ralph Hinkle. But anyway, it's so cool. Okay, the pilot episode you'll love. It's the best. It's the best one of the. You know what I mean? It's a great show, but the pilot episode's like its own movie. So this guy's a school teacher in the desert in like fucking like Nevada, right? He's got these trouble kids, right? And he brings them on a field trip, you know, because he's like a good guy. He's like a pacifist, right? And he runs into this FBI guy in a diner in the fucking Vegas, you know, or in Nevada somewhere. He's taking him on a field trip out to the desert, and basically his juvenile students start giving fucking the FBI guy shit. Robert Culp, you know, he becomes his partner eventually. But the point being is like Robert Culp like fucking shows him the 357 Magnum. He's like, "You sure you want to fuck with me, kid?" And then he's like, and he shows him the badge, and the juvenile delinquent kid's like, "Oh fuck, I fucked the wrong guy," because he was gonna pull a switchblade on him. He just pulls him, you know, shows him his 357 Dirty Harry, you know. So, at any rate, long story short, him and this FBI guy, for whatever reason, okay, Ralph Hinckley, he's on a field trip to show off the desert in Nevada with the juvenile delinquents, and the bus breaks down, and so they have to walk in the desert. And basically, he like has the kids stay in the bus or something like that, and he's walking by himself at night. And aliens, this huge UFO just drops down, and they give him this fucking. They're like, "We've chosen you. You're a good man. We want you to have this super suit." And basically he has no superpowers. It's this suit, and it's like fucking a cape and like red tights. It looks silly, but he has no powers without the suit. The suit is the superpowers, and it's alien technology. But what's so great about that show and the pilot is, he's just freaking out. This UFO lands in the desert, right fucking in Nevada, right? They're like, "Here you go. We want you to take this suit." They hand the suit, and he's just in shock, and he's walking back to the kids in the bus after the aliens leave, and he drops the instruction book in the desert how to use the suit, and he loses it forever, right? So basically, the FBI guy and him wind up together on a case. He doesn't know how to fly, like that's the thing, because he loses the instructions. He puts on the suit, and that's so cool. You don't know what powers the suit has because he doesn't know. So every new episode, he finds a new cool ass power, like he can walk through walls and invisibility. You know what I mean? But the funniest part is he can't. When he goes to fly, the kid's like, he puts on the suit and he's like trying to fly, and he can't. He's jumping around and he can't fly. And this little kid sees him in the alley. He goes, "You got to take 3 steps in a jump, just like Superman." And he's like, "What? 3 steps in a jump, huh? Okay, kid." He's like, I'm just this is a Halloween costume." And the kid's like, "Yeah, yeah, I know." And all of a sudden he does 3 steps and jump, and he's flying for the first time, and he doesn't know how to fly because he didn't read the instructions. So he's like, he's fucking like, it's like a little kid driving a car. He's fucking like, like just flies for a couple of minutes and then like slams into the ground. And his cape is bulletproof. It's a dude. I love the show as a kid. And the FBI guy is like wanting to always like take out the commies and the Russians, and he's like a pacifist. Like, they always had these like cool little capers. And there was one episode. There was only one episode. I've always been looking for it. I want to see. But that's the thing too. The aliens show up, at the end and say, "You two are a good team. You work together." And then they wave goodbye, and the FBI guy's like, "Wait a minute, we forgot the instructions. We need the instructions for the suit." And the aliens are gone again. So that just made the show so entertaining because like he was always discovering new powers. You know what I mean? And it was a great dynamic because the FBI guy was always like, giving him cover for, what I mean, to help him out. He's a special agent for FBI, so it made sense. It was like that's how he got away with shit. Because he was him and the FBI guy were secretly working together to stop bad guys and like nuclear threats and all kinds of cool shit. He would fight monsters, they go to Jamaica with and the students were always part of it. Students, you get to like the students even though they're juvenile delinquents. Like they were actually good kids, just misunderstood. It was very well done, man. Definitely, I would definitely recommend you check it out. The pilot, at the very least, you will like the pilot. The show did like as it went 3 seasons, and as like gotten like season 2 and season 3, he was just like fighting cheesy monsters, but like it has and he's kind of got he was dating this hot smoking ass lawyer played by Connie Salika. She was kind of like his Lois Lane, but of course she always knew about the suit. So it was like him, his lawyer girlfriend. He's like a single father, he's divorced, and the FBI guy, and it was great, man. But yeah, just because of the flying and shit, and he had a cape, the fucking Superman people from the Christopher Reeve shit tried suing in court saying it was too much like him. And it was nothing like Superman. You know what I mean? Like he was just a human guy and he didn't have any powers. The suit had the powers. And there was one episode that I never saw and I bought 3 seasons. I can't find it, but I know my brother saw it the one night, only night I missed it. And it was the coolest thing. It was basically the aliens told them there was a guy that they did the same thing for and he went bad. And they're like, we need you to get this guy because he uses like rob banks and shit. And I was like, that is a fucking episode I want to see. So, yeah, dude. Oh man, yeah. Like I said, when I bought the DVD, I was watching all 3 seasons again. And they actually had a pilot for it. They fucked it up. They went a little bit. I don't want to spoil it for you because you would never watch it, but they had an unaired pilot. Basically, after 3 seasons, the guy who played him, William Catt, was the actor. He was tired of the show for whatever reason, even though it was a hit show, and the ratings were dropping a bit. But they did an unaired pilot where eventually he get discovered that he's just like Superman. It's like finally after 3 seasons, people can connect that okay, this guy with the blonde curly hair and blue eyes that's a teacher. He didn't wear glasses. You know what I mean? It was like, and that's what I liked about it too. He didn't have to do a Clark Kent bullshit. Whenever he was very discreet when he flew around and shit. He didn't have like big flights of buildings. And the FBI guy would always like tell witnesses like it sounds like a nut job to me. When people did see him, the FBI guy would cover for him, so it was cool. He didn't have to do the Clark Kent stuff. He could fly around with his suit on, with his face, just like Superman does. But he wouldn't he wouldn't fly over the city. He would fly in areas where he wasn't around lots of people. You know what I mean? So they were smart about it. It was a Stephen J. The same guy that did the A Team and like all those hit shows. Hunter and stuff like that, and like Knight Rider. Same guy who did Greatest American Hero. So I highly recommend if there's anybody that listens to the stream that's my age, they know what I'm talking about, man. It was a very beloved show, and it's still got a huge fan base. It's still got a very loyal following. I actually want to know what EBS thinks about that show.
There's this one show that came out in the 90s. Really great cartoon show. It was a parody on Image Comics.
Yeah.
It was called Project Geeker.
Uh-huh.
It was about this malfunctioned android, kind of like short circuit, that was missing one part, and with this one part could be the biggest destructive weapon in the world.
Yeah.
But because it doesn't have this one part, it's more like a Steve Urkel.
Okay.
That's a shapeshifter. And Brad Garrett's in the show. He plays as the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
I like that very much, man. That sounds like a great fucking show, man.
That's cool. The guy who plays as Fry is Geeker, and the girl, her voice is famous. She's in all kinds of cartoons like Rugrats and shit like that. I forgot her name. She played as what's her name in the Batman Beyond TV show.
Okay. Keep talking, dude. I'm just gonna mute my mic because I'm taking a leak. So keep talking.
Well, I might cut the stream. It's almost been 4 hours. I'm about to eat. Kind of hungry right now.
Okay, that's totally cool, man. Just hold on 1 second. Let me do this, and then we'll say goodbye. Hold on.
Okay. So, let's see. Not much happened. I already talked about Willy's Wonderland last night. Nobody cares about me repeating that. Psycho Gorman. Cecil's right about that movie. Fantastic movie. It's actually worth more buying that movie now than renting Willy's Wonderland.
Okay, and I'm back. Yeah, so dude, dude, I want to get your show blown up, man. I want to get you big, go on, on this Meet Me thing. I'm starting to get some, dude. It's real easy, man. You just favorite people. If people come in your stream, just say, give me a favorite if you like me. You know what I mean? And that way they'll get notifications every time you come on, and not like YouTube, like everybody gets notifications. And like I said, you'll get gifts. You can simultaneously stream. Except for that's the thing on Meet Me. Like you can play music and shit. You can do all the, you can spice up your show to make it, just cooler for people. Like, you can play music in the background. And yeah, I'll definitely be, promoting you on there. It's like, obviously when me and you do it, it's really cool. I love it. I just feel like, you're my brother. I just feel like we're talking on the phone, But like, like as you grow and you get bigger, man, like we can like do it like, we can make it like a real fucking like, just like Malin and EBS's shows, and I mean, like we can really like do it good, man. Like it's good. Don't get,
That's the
you know what
plan,
I'm
Stan.
saying? Yeah,
That's the
absolutely,
plan,
brother.
Stan.
Yeah,
I just
I'm
got to
with
be
you,
much
man.
funnier.
And yeah, absolutely, man. You know what I'll do? I'll write some shit out. Like, I can wing it good. Like if we can get you a big audience on this show, and whatever. I'll be your Cecil. Like I can ham it up. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna write out a bunch of stuff, but like I act different when there's a bunch of people around. But if it's just me and you, and like last time, like you had a buddy in the stream, that's cool too. If it's just like three of us, but like, yeah, man, if you go and once you go on this Meet Me at, dude, I think it's really gonna help you out.
Well, didn't you
Uh,
go on Lucius? I can't say his name right. Lucius's stream a couple of times.
yes, I did. I believe
Yeah, I
so. It's been
remember
a
you
while
going
though.
on Lucius's stream. Yeah, it's been a while since Lucius has streamed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I subbed to him and I put on my notification, but dude, like I'm making so many cool friends. Like Lord Panatra, man, he retweets my stuff and I retweet his stuff, and he streams a lot, and I go in there sometimes, but I've been there a while. I'm making so many friends, and I got so much shit going on. I'm dating all these crazy broads, and life's happening, of course. But I really appreciate all the great people I've met in the comic book world. You guys are all so cool. Narwhal's so cool. EBS, man, I mean, fucking love that guy. Cecil's hilarious, I do like Malin. I like all them guys, you know what I mean? I wasn't a big fan of War Campaign. Never got into them. And now that I see like what happened with those guys, I know they're not all bad. Don't get me wrong, but like, just wasn't this. I just preferred EBS's stuff. But it was
I
good
was a
when
huge
there was
fan
no.
of War Campaign, as bad as it sounds.
No, I mean, dude, there's a lot of people that still are, I mean, I respect it. I never got into them. And with that shit, with them making fun of Anna's fucking dog dying, no, that's fucking something that ain't cool with me. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I don't
but
know. I don't know if it was them or Testify. That's the confusing part. I don't know. I'm out of it.
yeah, that's I just don't want to drag it. And hey, man, I don't know their shit enough to criticize them, but just I saw the stuff. I saw Cecil's side of it, and he tweeted the stuff they tweeted that, and it looked pretty bad. I'm just saying. Annis with what happened with
Yeah,
her. You don't kick people in their. I hate seeing. Do people kick me when I'm down? And
see,
whew,
once again, don't know. I understand Anna. I actually sent a message to Anna. I'll put this out there. I sent a message when her sister went missing, and I was realistic with her because she wasn't giving out
Yeah,
too much details of what happened. She just said, "My sister's missing. She was in this area. This is what her truck
I
looks
know.
like." And my
Yeah,
response was, Anna, you got to either look in the hospital or morgue. When people go missing like that, they're either in two places, and both places you're not going to like.
Yeah, but you
And
know what, man? It's they
I'm
kind of already
right.
know in their
I was
head.
right.
Well, of course you can be right, but you know, that's not going to help them at all. You know what I mean? It was like, dude, I had a cousin that committed suicide, and he hung himself in the woods, and like we went out looking at all of what. I mean, like, but they wrote a letter. He wrote a letter, so we knew. We were just hoping he didn't go through with it. You know what I mean? It was a long time
But
ago. You
to
know
go
what I'm
on with the
saying? So
story is the thing when it came out that Anna's sister was dead, she didn't say it
yeah,
was suicide. I don't think she even disclosed if it was suicide. So, however they got this information, you know, I don't know. I
yeah,
can't say too much because once again, I stayed out of that. Same thing with the Bratz Perella cover. I made fun of
yeah.
it a little bit, but I only made fun of the cover. I never made fun of the customers that bought it. You
Right.
know,
Well, you
her
know,
fans are her fans,
yeah.
so I can't insult the people who buy that cover because it's like you're her
Tell about
fans.
Barbara. Yeah, yeah.
Bratz Perella,
Vampirella.
the bad Bratz cover.
Mm.
Yeah, the Vampirella cover.
Yeah, yeah, I didn't get the controversy about that, but I mean, I whatever. Like I said, I like Anna, and I don't criticize artists because I'm not an artist, so I don't have a right to criticize what I don't know well, and I'm not good at myself. I don't do that.
Well,
But like
the
other artists, you know.
well, everybody was upset with Anna because she goes on these CG art reviews with John Malin and stuff like that, and she really doesn't sell anything. She doesn't have any sequential art, and she gives her 2 cents. Some of it she does have good points, but she's always critical. And then, she gets a dynamite. She gets a dynamite cover. Once again, nobody knows the details. She was given it from Dynamite, so it wasn't like Ethan gave her this cover or anything. And once again, they saw her numbers and fan base, so I understand the business logic a lot of that. But a lot of people
Right, but she was
felt like it was a
she was
punch in the
she was.
stomach.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand that, but I mean,
I
she's
totally agree. I totally agree. She
right,
has her fan base. It's the numbers.
right,
If they could
but
see this
that's what I'm
girl and
saying.
she has.
She's known as the Star Wars girl. She knows Star Wars inside out. That's her thing. She's not. I don't ever see her as claiming to be, a artist per se. Is like her
Exactly. I
main
totally
thing.
agree with you. I totally agree with you,
Right.
but I'm just giving you
I'm
the
just speaking of you, like,
explanation where everybody else is coming from. I was
right,
there.
and
I was in the middle, but once
I didn't
again,
know you were in the middle.
I ran a business where I'm just like I see the bigger picture. Anna's that Star Wars girl.
Right,
Anna has 100,000 followers.
right.
If those followers can pump out $50,000 for her to buy her a cover,
Sure. I would do the
they're
same
gonna
thing, man.
they're gonna
Yeah.
go for her. It's
Right.
plain and simple. It's
Absolutely.
just business logic.
Dude, you know what, man? She's smoking hot, and she does do it. She does a lot of stuff because she's easy on the eyes. But hey, man, she's not like these, these cam girls that simp, that ask guys, give me money because I'm hot. I just seriously trying stuff. And I'm just speaking in general. I didn't know you were in the middle of that stuff. I had no idea, bro. Like seriously, like I'm just speaking for myself. I'm not saying
Oh,
like this is your.
I make fun of Anna
I
all
know.
the time, but I'm not
Well,
like I said.
everybody does. She still does. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
She still does. Right.
I
She
don't.
can take humor. Right.
I guess the simplest
By the way,
explanation is, huh?
I knew that her sister committed suicide. By the way, because if it was a murder, then it would have been in the press. They don't put suicides in the press, like that. So that's why I knew it was a
It
suicide.
depends.
It would have
It
made the
depends.
papers if it was a murder.
Yeah, it probably would have
Yeah.
months later, but once again, it wasn't my business of how she died. It wasn't anybody's business of how she died.
Of course not, man. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm just speaking like she's never going to hear this conversation, so it's just like we're just talking as friends. I'm just, I know you're it's a heartbreaking thing, and I know you care about that stuff. It's like it's so tragic. It doesn't matter how she died. She lost her sister, and I can't believe how well she took it, man. Like she's a strong woman because, dude, if I lost, dude, I lost my cousin like that, and we were close when we were very little, but I hadn't seen her for years, and like it was hard for me, man. Like it'd be the way she carried on and was still able to laugh and stuff, and I mean, you'd almost know it never happened. She didn't talk about, like you said, and she she's a strong, tough woman. Like I give her props for
Well,
that. You know, aside from all the
once again, she
drama
doesn't
about it.
have to talk about it to us, the viewers. She doesn't need
Of
to.
course not.
So
No, who would want to? I mean, you wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to. Absolutely right. I
yeah,
mean, I don't.
and
I didn't expect it to. Yeah, it was just so
once
awkward
again,
because we all knew.
huh?
You know, it was so awkward. It was just such an awkward time because we all felt horrible for her, and we knew we didn't want her to talk about it. And we knew she didn't want to talk about it, but it was in the air. So it was just so sad because like when she was, obviously she took a little break, you know what I mean? But when she finally came back after doing her little morning thing, it was just, you felt so bad. You wanted to say, I'm so sorry, like I'm so sorry for what happened. But of course you didn't say that. You didn't, nobody in the comments was talking about, because everybody's very respectful. And I'm just saying, I'm just trying to shine some light on any good thing to come out of such a horrible thing. That was really care. That was really cool that, everybody gave her love and support, and she was able to move on, and nobody really talks about it anymore. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, that's the thing, man. Like, fucking that war campaign business. I definitely, the stuff she supposed, they did take shots about it, and that was wrong. And EBS, that's why he split with them, was because he did take her side. And that's the same thing, man. Like, he's friends with her, and like, you're my friend. If it was the same situation, I would take your side too, man. It's like, if
Yeah.
somebody kicks you when you're down like that, I'd be like, fuck you. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
That's just loyalty. So anywho, that's a bump topic. But anyways, man, let me give you my email before we check out. Okay,
Yeah,
so
put it in the private chat.
yeah, I just like in the comments.
You're on your phone?
Yeah, I'll just put it in the comments, and then just
in the more part, there's private chats in there.
what do you mean in the more part? I understand. Hello?
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button again.
That's okay.
You on your phone?
I'll just go. Yeah, I'm on my phone. What do you mean more?
Through your phone? Okay, don't
Yeah,
you
I'm on
see
my phone.
the 3-4 buttons? There's mic, cam, guest, more. You want more?
I got mic, cam. Hey, let me tell you mine says. I got mic, cam, then cam, mic, then chat, then leave. That's what I got.
Oh, you don't have me too. You don't have
Yeah, okay.
You don't have a private chat option?
Dude, I probably do. This phone is crazy. I don't use most of the shit. Well, here's what I'm just saying. I'm gonna punch out here, but I'm gonna put it in the comments, okay? And then as soon as you see it, I'm just gonna delete it. Like, just let me know, okay, I got it,
Hang on,
then
let me do this real first and make sure it's on there. I saved your email. I just didn't.
Dude, I don't care. Listen, man. Like you said, if I ever break out big, we break out big. You can edit this out. So let me just give it to you now. Just where we're
I got
talking.
it. I got your email.
Okay.
Let me see.
All right.
Yeah. So yeah, I just forgot your first name. I knew your name was Irish.
Yes. Yeah. I'm Irish German, but yes, Irish. I'm Irish on both sides, but I do have like German on the other side. Yeah. Just Sean McLaughlin, 312@gmail.com. It's all good. I get all kinds of fucking junk mail. But I'll put my notifications on for you. I'll send you my Heather Swain, sweetie. You send me your artwork, anything, man. That way we can't be disconnected by fucking Big Brother. So,
Yep.
I really miss you, bro. I really enjoyed talking to you tonight, my friend. It's been great. I really am glad we got to chat. And you're always my prayers, brother. I hope everything that's going on with you. Always good things. Wishes to you, man. Any problems you got, man? I'm always here for you, buddy.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself, Colin.
You too, Algar Goyle. Keep crushing it, brother. Peace out.